It looks like we are now live. So welcome everyone to our school board meeting for November 18th, 2020. This will be my last meeting as president. So I just was reflecting as I sat here waiting for it to go to live stream on how I still get very nervous and I can feel my heart rate going and speaking in public, and it doesn't seem to it gets easier, but not that much easier. So I invite you all to just take a deep breath with me as we get through tonight. And ask you to join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I believe we have one small modification to tonight's agenda. There's a correction to make on 6.4.5. There are, in the heading it says there are 4 bids, but there are actually only 2 bids in that item. So with that correction, is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I'll move. Go ahead, Michael.
Sorry, so moved.
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael and Jane. All in favor? Jane?
Aye.
Thane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So the agenda passes unanimously. We have the approval of minutes from our board meetings on October 7th and October 14th. Do we have any corrections to those, or is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
And I'm abstaining from the 14th.
Okay, so we will take those separately then. Thank you for that reminder, Kevin. So do we have a motion to approve October 7th first?
I'll move to approve 7.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Thane. All in favor, Kevin?
Aye.
Thane?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So that passes unanimously. And October 14th, we had a motion from Thane already.
I'll move again to approve that.
And
Thank
I'll
you,
second.
Thank you, Jane. All in favor? Jane?
Aye.
Thane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. And Kevin is abstaining.
Abstain.
So that passes with a unanimous vote of 4. We now are at our student awards, which is always my favorite part of the evening. I would like to introduce Anne Gard, as I can find her on my screen. There she is. Hi, Anne. Welcome. Tonight's agenda has an award for Edu. Is he here? Oh, there he is. I do see him. Hi, how are you tonight?
Good.
Great. I'll let you take it away, Anne.
My audio, I'm not sure if it's going to work.
We can hear you.
Thumbs up if it's okay. I chose without even a hesitation. I chose Hi Jasmine. I chose Edu Kawai for environmental stewardship. He embodies environmental stewardship.
Anne, I'm going to pause you just for a minute because your audio is really hard. Robin?
Yep, I'm here. I'm going to text Anne real quick and just let her know we can't hear her.
Okay, and maybe you could
so when I put this out to the staff, what Mrs. Gard said was absolutely true. Within seconds, she responded and said, I have our environmental steward award winner. in Eru, and the few things that she shared with me, although I hope she can join back in, but she commented on how knowledgeable he is about our environment, about protecting our environment, about plants and animal species and native plants in our area, and ways to support farming and gardening, and that he really takes on a leadership role in teaching his classmates. And I know Edu from a few years at San Antonio, and I could not agree more. You are such a leader, Edu, and you, I don't know if you can see Anne's comments, but he understands the connection between health and the environment. And that's a big piece of not just protecting our environment, but how to live healthy lives and connect that with his day-to-day living. So Edu, we are so proud of you. You represent our campus so well. And I know that you've committed a lot of time and energy as a student and as a brother and as a son to this endeavor. So congratulations. Good job.
Thank you, Robin. I'd like to introduce Michael Weaver as the Peace Club Chair to talk about this award.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having us tonight. Just a little background, the Rotary Club of Ojai Peace Committee partners with the school district with Tiffany Morris when she started her program of restorative justice and values program. And we found that it tied in extremely well with what Rotary calls our four-way test. And it is really a list of expectations of conduct that we expect of ourselves and then try to encourage others to follow. And I want to also congratulate the young man. And I would like to turn this over to our past president, Cherie Edwards, to talk about the award that he has coming.
You?
Hey. Hello, is it Eru? What a beautiful name.
Thank
It's
you.
nice to see you. We are so pleased to see you receive this award tonight. Last year, I was president of the Rotary Club and still very involved. And we started this award, and we've been so pleased to see during these tough times that students like yourself are continuing to do all the wonderful work that you're doing and in the community and in your life. And we're so pleased and proud to have this award presented to you today. And I read a little bit about you and your nonprofit of choice, and we couldn't be more pleased to see you do the work you're doing, and know you're going to be continuing to contribute in this community and the world for a long time to come. So we thank you on behalf of the Rotary Club of Ojai. We're a 75-year-old club with 80 members, and we are so proud to support the school district and students like yourself and your teachers and your family. So thank you. And thank you.
And Cherie, do you want to, so Eru gets $50, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your nonprofit of choice?
Center for Regenerative Agriculture.
Great. And so they also will get a $50 check on your behalf.
Thank you.
And Edu, would you like to say anything?
I'm very thankful, and I will try to keep on doing my hard work.
We are so happy that you have been doing this great work and for being here tonight. Thank you so much, Edu.
Can I just throw out, I'm just going to quickly read what Anne Gard just posted just quickly, Arrow. She just said she was cut off. He's amazing and knowledgeable. He preaches his knowledge to his friends and classmates. He also understands the connection between our health and the environment. We love Eru. You are a great hawk.
Good job, Rex.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night, Edu. We now have Mr. Brown with us tonight, Coach Brown, I should say, to introduce our other student who I don't see yet. Is Serena here?
Yeah, I think she's under Monica. I believe that's her.
Oh, maybe I just can't see her on my screen. Okay, Well, I'll let you take it away, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you. I actually wrote something because I knew I'd forget if I didn't. So I'm just going to go off that. So 1 second. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm giving the Wellness Award for Serena Aparicio. So the Wellness Award is given to students that can tie together health and fitness, academic excellence, and overall positive experiences with students in order to make our school a better place. When I met Serena at Matilaha Middle School, she was just another nice girl in my class. She didn't say much, kept to herself, and always did her work. It did not take long for me to realize that she was a fantastic student. It was all of the other things after that realization that really set Serena apart from the pack and makes her so special. Many of Serena's friends were on my JV basketball team last year, but Serena was hesitant to play. Even though she didn't end up playing on the team, she was an essential part of the group. Serena came to all of our games, practiced on the team, and cheered for her friends, and even sat on the bench as an honorary member. It just felt different with Serena there, and all the girls on the team would agree. This is where I started to see Serena for the first time outside of the classroom, and she had an enormous positive effect on each student she had experiences with. I saw glimpses of Serena's wonderful personality in class and on the basketball team, but not until January 2020 did I see her truly shine. A few of my students were in a local musical, Beauty and the Beast. Unknowingly to me, I sat right next to Serena's mother and grandmother in the audience and told them how excited I was to see all the kids in the play. They told me that Serena, and I apologize if I butcher this, Madame de la Grande Boucher, or as many know her as, the wardrobe. How interesting, I thought. A girl in my class that is so quiet is cast as the opera singer in the play. I wonder if she can pull it off. It did not take long for me to see Serena's true personality come out on stage. She was in her element by every sense of the word. She had an amazing stage presence, a powerful and beautiful voice, and just an overall electric performance by the wardrobe. Over time, Serena became more and more talkative, not only with her peers, but also around me. She was always polite, sweet, and articulate. I will always love when I can give a student a hard time and they dish it right back. She was never afraid to ask a question if she didn't understand something, and was never afraid to give an answer if she was unsure. Serena was in band last year, is taking Spanish this year, and also wanted to join leadership, all on top of being healthy and playing on the basketball team. Is there anything this girl can't do? The best quote I read for wellness that describes Serena perfectly is, a conscious, self-directed, and evolving process of achieving full potential. Serena is doing everything possible during these times to continue to be an outstanding student, athlete, and overall just a wonderful person. I'm honored to have her in class throughout middle school, and I'm so excited to see all the amazing things she will do in the future. There you go, Serena. It's the last time I'm going to be nice to you for a while.
Well deserved for Serena. Michael, you want to tell us about this award?
Yes, Serena, we're very, very proud of you. And you will also receive a $50 check for your use, and $50 to your nonprofit of choice, which is the Surf Riders. And so that check will be in the mail this week. And again, we're proud of you, and keep going.
Can I add something to that? I'm kind of odd listening to all the details about Serena, so we're excited to meet you one day. I feel like there's a mentor in training there for a lot of us. So congratulations, Serena.
Serena, would you like to say a few words? Are you here?
Yes, I'm so honored. I feel so honored to be receiving this award, and I'm so thankful, and I'm really excited to be giving my donation to the Surfrider Foundation. Thank you.
Thanks, Serena. Congratulations.
Thank you again.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here for tonight. We now move to our OUSD Volunteer Award, and tonight's volunteers is a whole group of people. So that's why there's so many people on your screen tonight. We have the Measure K Committee volunteers, very deservedly being honored for their work on getting Measure K passed in our district. Tiffany, do you want to say a few words?
I would just say that when the community passed Measure J, it was a very different time, and there was a lot of support across the board. We had PTOs and union reps and teachers, and everybody was out canvassing, and it was just not possible to do that this time. And so really this time, it was the work of the people on the committee that did the heavy lifting that couldn't be done by so many because of COVID. So without these people, particularly our community members who are here, Bill Norris, Glenn was our chair for the second time in a row. So I want to give extra special thanks to Glenn, who I was potentially at the beginning not super excited to be chair, but based on his deep knowledge base, he stepped up and handled all of that. Kathy Smith for really handling so much of the paperwork that none of us were particularly good at. And she was very, very good at all of the requirements that had to be done. And let's see, Tiarza, Bill Norris, Alan, I'm looking on the list. Of course, Shelley was there at most every single meeting and at the farmers market every single week with Kathy representing Measure K. So
Kara Hooper, don't forget Kara.
Yes, there's Kara. Sorry, I was looking through all the screens. There's Kara. Thank you, Kara. Thank you, Glenn. See, we're a great team. Kara and Linda Jordan, who is listening, I know, but not on the screen. So the people on this committee really did a ton of work, met every single Monday for, it seems like 6 months, but it might have just been a few, and made $45 million worth of improvements happen for our schools and communities. So
and we would be remiss, Tiffany, if we didn't also thank you for the amount of work that you put into Measure K as well. The graphic designs there were, we have so much to be indebted to you for in that leadership. So thank you also. And the whole Measure K committee, this was a great group of people to work with. And everybody jumped in where they felt comfortable, and it was amazing to see.
We have a few members who aren't on tonight, including Adam Severo. I think that's it. Martin Hartman.
And I think Michael Shanahan helped also, didn't you, Michael? Thank you.
I actually provided more moral support than anything, but yeah, I'll take the thank you.
Yes.
Would anybody like to speak? Glenn, it looked like you were wanting to speak. No?
Well, I will say that, I'm so excited to see the measure pass. It's a real win for our students and for the teachers. And despite the opposition that we had in the Valley, I think everyone who's associated with the district can feel good knowing that not only did the committee have your back, but that the citizens, the voting citizens of Ojai have your back as well. And they believe in the district, and they see the need, and they believe in the leadership, and they believe in the mission of the district. And so we're stoked. We're super excited to see what projects come out of this.
Stay tuned to more board meetings. We will have a regular update. So it doesn't come on till about 8 o'clock. So like good pre-bedtime viewing for you.
Thank you all to the Measure K committee members and to our students who were here. You are welcome to stay with us, but don't feel that you have to stay for the whole meeting.
Thank you, Measure J committee.
Measure
Shelley,
K.
before we move on from Measure K, can we also just thank the community for giving us Measure K?
Absolutely. Thank you, Michael, for that.
Yeah, because thank you.
Really, while the team did a lot of work, it was the community that came together and showed their vote of confidence and in wanting to support the schools and create environments for our students to show them that they are the heart and future of our community. And we are very proud of that. Thank you all.
You will see our thank you banners going up, I think, next week to the community. So
thank you. We have our Kindness and Friendship Awards. This is a new award. And I believe Marilyn Miller is here to talk about this new award that is there you are.
Here I am.
Good evening.
So first of all, I want to thank Dr. Morse for being so inclusive with the community in deciding the values for the district. And based on that, we were motivated to provide this award in honor of Todd Chandler. I'm the director of the Center for Spiritual Living, which is an interfaith community that honors people of all faiths. And we had a very important member of our community die last June. And thinking of a way to honor him, because he was somebody who was extremely kind, generous, and compassionate to people of all kinds, of all ages, of all races, of all backgrounds, of all religions, we decided to create the Todd Chandler Kindness Award. And that is an award that is given to a student and a teacher who have demonstrated kindness, compassion, and friendship to people, particularly people who are different from themselves. Because of the current climate of racial and religious tension, we think it's very important to help support young people in realizing that kindness, compassion, and inclusion is a very important value. So we're just happy to provide this award, and we're excited to see who you selected.
All right, so tonight we started with Miramonte School, and this will probably go school by school through our 4 elementaries. Tonight we started with Miramonte, and we have our principal, Catherine White. Catherine, do you want to do the honors?
I can do that. I also know that one of our teachers is here to present on our student as well. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce to all of you Tina Mahler. Tina is new to Miramonte School this year, but I think she has taught in almost all of our elementary schools. And we feel extremely fortunate to have her on our staff. She started the year with our staff with, first of all, because we were also busy doing other things. She was like, I want a Miramonte staff t-shirt. So she went out and she found somebody, she designed it before anybody could even think of it. She also brought in a Mustang Minute, or Mustang, it's called a Mustang Minute, isn't it, Tina? Little award. She set up this whole box of all these nice little awards. Thank you, you're doing a good job. I really appreciate you. Little paper clipped all these little awards so that right next to the staff sign-in sheet, so that when our staff came in the morning, if there was somebody that had really stood out that they really wanted to thank and appreciate, there's a little award right there, real easy, right next to the pins. You can sign it, put it in that box, and I will tell you that I've seen them in classrooms throughout our school, and Tina, they have meant so much to our staff. I see them pinned to their walls next to their phones and their computers. And you don't realize just how much that little tiny bit of appreciation goes so far with staff members. And in addition to that, she has beautiful little signs that she put in the staff room, just encouraging little quotes to make everybody's day and remind everybody to smile and be happy and be kind, and that we're all such valued people on our school site. And so we're really happy to have Tina at our school this year. And I have to tell you too, she was a cheerleader and a cheerleader coach. So it makes perfect sense that she's just that personality that just brings kindness with her wherever she goes. So Tina, thank you for everything you've done so far this year at Miramonte, and we're happy to have you, and you are so deserving of this award.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be at Miramonte, and I just really felt that, our culture in this unprecedented times, that our teachers just really needed to know that we are all appreciated. And just that little note, like you said, it means a lot to know that the teachers really appreciate that. And so it's been fun. It's been a fun journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Heather, would you like to introduce your student?
Uh-oh.
Yes, definitely. I can also, by the way, attest to how great Tina has been since she's been on our staff. I really appreciate her too. So Also not a fan of public speaking, but I want to do justice to my student. She is very sweet and kind and deserving of this award. She's just been a real ray of sunshine in her classroom since she's been in there. And some of the things that come out of her mouth blow me away, including what she said when, we were talking about the empathy tool, and we were discussing, if anybody had used it successfully and what the outcome was. And she explained a little bit at a time that she told this girl to just breathe. And that was when I was like, wow, that's amazing. Like that she got that. It was just amazing to see one of my kids understand empathy in that way. And I was really just blown away by her, and I still am every day. So I would like to go ahead and let her get her award and tell her that I'm very proud of her. This is Jacqueline Lozano, and she's really deserving.
Yay. Thank you. I see Jacqueline's name on here. If you wanted to turn on your camera, you can. Okay, too.
Thank you.
You're awesome, Jackie.
Jackie's
Thank
a little
you.
shy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jackie, we're really proud of you. All the teachers at Miramonte, congratulations.
Great job, Jackie.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Reverend Miller, for this new award and one more way that we can celebrate our values in our community. And thank you for coming tonight and sharing this with our staff.
You're very welcome, and we're happy to be doing this every month.
Thank you very much for being here, all of you, and congratulations to our winners, Jackie.
I would, before we move on, I just want to acknowledge that Severo has joined us, and we just did our Measure K acknowledgement, but he is on the line, so we will personally say thank you for all of your work on Measure K, for being one of our names, the first people to sign on to support Measure K. Literally, when we were finding people to do the ballot language, you said yes, and we would not have been able to proceed if you had not done that. So thank you very much, and thanks for being here. Okay.
We now are at public comment, and we have changed. We heard from community members about the desire to speak their own words rather than just having them read. So we are constantly iterating and trying to be adaptive and responsive to those desires. And so tonight we have the opportunity for people who are interested to be in public in the boardroom and say their public comment from that spot so that they can be seen and heard in their own voice. And I'm not sure if we have people there at this time, Kathy?
This time there is no one here, but if someone does come in, I will let you know.
All right, thank you. We did have quite a number of entries sent in that we will now read. I can figure
Are
out.
we going to wait and read them with the subject that they were about?
Yeah, they're all on 5.2.
Oh, I thought we had some that were specifically public comment. No?
I think they were all for 5.2.
Okay. Then thank you. We will move on from public comment to our Student Advisory Council.
I would like to just also point out anything that was received before 4 o'clock. I think some came in about a few minutes before 5, but those will be added to the meeting minutes, but they won't be read tonight.
But all board members still receive them in advance of the meeting.
So welcome, Sophie and Elizabeth. I believe you met with Jane this week. And so I'm going to turn it over to you guys if there's anything you would like to talk about.
Yeah, I guess first we've been kind of we've been putting out some surveys to the student body, and we got some of those results back. And a big question kind of came up of how to reach out to more students and get more student engagement, because I think the most responses we got was from our senior survey, and that was about 18 responses. We'd like to get more student feedback from that. So a big question we're kind of grappling with is, what is a good way to reach out to everyone, whether that be the bulletin or email or student square or having teachers remind students. I think that's a big thing right now. Elizabeth, did you have anything about that or?
Yeah, just we also have been talking about such as like returning to school and some double standards with some of the protocols about social distancing for sports right now, and compared to classes such as like the arts and dance, and how it's kind of unfair.
Yeah, kind of going off of that as well. I have kind of seen that double standard coming out a bit. I've been working really closely with Mrs. Hoy on independent study for dance this semester with her. And we just finished a giant filming project where we had 22 dancers come in individually to film in front of a green screen. Out of, I think she has 59 students in total. And most of those students that got to come in, we had to reteach choreography because they have just been doing it over Zoom, over a computer. A lot of these students don't have room. They have to adapt the choreography. Directions are very confusing. You can't be fully in unison because of the music lag over Zoom. There are lots of things happening. And I personally, and from speaking with a lot of my friends also involved in the arts, it's challenging to see a lot of emphasis and focus seemingly going towards the push to resume sports and keep those going, whereas the arts seem to be kind of falling behind in terms of that push and that equal energy. And then also just going off of that a little bit, as a senior, I've been talking to some of my other senior friends just about reopening and how we're feeling with everything. The general consensus has been, of course, if seniors could go back onto campus, that would be really fantastic. I know there's been talk of letting in like seniors and freshmen and giving them both priority. Yeah, I just think a lot of my friends and I have been speaking, and the students that I've been speaking to, the general consensus is if we can, giving the seniors that opportunity to resume, and pushing academics as well, because that in-person academic experience is oftentimes even more important than an in-person extracurricular experience. So.
I think you'll find too that we'll be hearing public comments from parents, and you'll hear some of the same things. And the interesting thing is how much you'll hear from both sides. You know, those people who just give us any kind of on campus, whether it's a sport or dance or something, and those who say, you know, don't bring anybody back, it's too dangerous. And so I'm hoping that tonight's discussion will be a lot about that, a lot about sharing, just so everyone can hear other people's thoughts. I think it's very important to hear from you guys. I really appreciate the students talking to their friends and then talking to us, and just to hear another perspective. And I know we spent a lot of time on Sunday talking about that communication issue. And, you know, because there are quite a few students who are starting to remove themselves from social media, which is wonderful. But then that means one less way to contact them. So I trust in you guys for continuing to figure out ways to reach out. And Elizabeth, did you want to mention just briefly the talk that you had met a couple times with Janine Murphy? I think that was Shelley's suggestion at the last meeting.
Yes, we met once, and we met twice. Once before last month, and we talked about more on the survey, and we changed some couple of words. And then the second time we met, we talked about the results we got. There weren't very many results, but we are going to start having like the specific training for us if any of the other student council members want to do it, as if like to have talks with one-on-one, like to counsel basically. And we think it's also really important if students were to do it, because it's just a student would feel more comfortable with another student knowing that they're going through the same thing that they may be going through, and it would be more easier for them to speak up and ask for help.
Great. Sophie, was there anything from the surveys that as a whole that we'd like to share or that we haven't shared yet?
I don't think so. Again, it's kind of hard to gauge how representative they were because of how limited the responses were that we got back. I know, at least for the senior survey that I helped work on, we got a lot of people saying that they didn't feel supported in the college application process. And I've also heard that from a lot of my peers as well. But for the most part, people seem to be doing all right with distance learning. There didn't seem to be too many people that answered that they were really struggling with it. I think it was more the kind of loss of normalcy of senior year or freshman activities, or the loss of clubs, and that lack of college application support.
Great. And I had just made a couple of notes during your meeting that those were the things that you were interested in, maybe figuring out ways to either have virtually or to reconnect the student body. Were your senior siblings, were your clubs, maybe virtual clubs, virtual lunch groups, somebody suggested, and a possible having someone create a video of the daily bulletin. So instead of maybe daily, but once a week, there's a video that kids might be more interested in watching than actually clicking on. I know someone shared that. I asked about the bulletin. Someone shared, well, my mom reads it and then she tells me if there's anything important in it. So if you don't have a parent who's doing that for you and reminding you, then it gets harder. So.
Sophie and Elizabeth, I wanted to throw something out there too that I'm hoping you will take back to the student body. And I keep getting the emails about yearbook, and this goes for Matilaha too, although I'm not getting those emails. But my concern is that it's going to be really hard this year to get representative yearbook. That, we work really hard every year at having everybody in the yearbook. And I think that's going to be really hard. So I'm hoping that students will start talking to each other about submitting things to the yearbook, and ways to make sure that everybody is represented in the yearbook. I know we have our school pictures, but we were at our house trying to brainstorm ideas of maybe like porch pictures where everybody has their picture taken on their porch so that they can be in the yearbook. I'm sure students will have way better ideas than mine, but I'm hoping that you will talk with other students about that and about getting some enthusiasm around that. So we do have a good representative yearbook this year.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about the yearbook, but I do know that it's all been sent out through Student Square. Mr. Jake Hansen has sent out multiple emails, and a lot of people don't check their Student Square or their emails. So it's been really difficult to get any type of response, like with our surveys, and especially freshmen, they don't happen to read any of their stuff. So it's really difficult. We're trying to find ways to be able to communicate with them more.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you.
And I think they said they're going to try to hang out and wait for 5.2 just in case there's any questions. If it depends on how long we go, but if you need to go, either one of you, you're welcome to. If you want to stay, you can, or if you want to turn off your camera and work while you're waiting, that's fine too.
Thank you both for being here. We are now at our union president comments, and I just wanted to say thank you to both Chuck and Angie for speaking every month, especially at this time. I, as a school board member, have always relied on being on campus and talking with people, and not being able to do that. I really value your input at our meetings and having this time to hear from you. So thank you for being here. We will start with Chuck Crawford, our CSEA president.
Good evening. And I get more excited every time these board meetings go on with all the additions of the appreciations and the recognitions, because this little Valley of Ojai passing the Measure K just shows how much the community supports that. And even though CSEA didn't step up for that, we certainly appreciate the work that Alan and Adam have done as our bond people, which has affected a lot of classified employees with all the, I mean, look at nutrition. Nutrition services, we have so much buy-in with the changes that are happening, and it's just affected everybody. I mean, I've heard Angie talk about just the food and the changes that have happened, and it's just awesome. So it's exciting that we have a community supporting what's happening in education. I ask, and I've said to you, board, how you sit in these seats in a very difficult time, and I thank you that you, the honor and respect come above all. And the people don't realize the work that you do, as it's been pointed out several times already tonight with Jane and the contact with students. That's why we're here. The classified employees are here because they like what they do. But tonight you have an MOU before you because employees want to feel safe. And gosh, we've had a great working relationship through all these difficult times and the changes that have keep happened. And this is our third time coming to you with an MOU because things keep changing. So it's nice to have a working relationship with this district. And as things keep changing, so do we. And it's because we're all working collectively and we have shown respect and honor to each other. And I just want to highlight that as we go forward in the process. We continue to be surprised as the students talk out about the sports and the drama, how much we enjoy hearing the kids on campus. It's such a blessing. And so as we go forward, the CSEA is more than willing to be here. We just ask that we can all respect each other. The idea of our, 49% of the people voted for one person and 51 voted for the other. It's because the process works. And that's what we keep showing here on a monthly basis, is that we collectively are working together and the process is working. So with that, let's go forward. And I thank you for the 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chuck. And Angie, our OFT president.
Hi, everyone. As always, thank you for providing time for me to speak on behalf of the Ojai Federation of Teachers. First, I want to acknowledge the monumental shift we have experienced since the last meeting. We have had students return to Chaparral and all of the elementary schools, with special cohorts coming back at both the middle school and the high school. Across the board, it has been phenomenal for every teacher to see their students' faces and hear their voices in person. However, along with this excitement comes a lot of concern and anxiety. The membership worries daily about the safety of their students, themselves, their colleagues, and the community at large. With 94% of counties in California in the purple tier, and Ventura County being one of them, it is critical that we keep safety at the forefront of all decisions that are made. Schools are at the heart of every community and have always been a place where citizens look both for reassurance and guidance in times of crisis. We are in a time of crisis. While we know that the administration is keeping the education of our students at the forefront of all decision-making, we are reassured that they are also maintaining a focus on the health and safety of all parties concerned. OFT does not feel that it is the right time for our middle and high school students to return to campus. And because we know that the youngest students are not spreaders of the virus, we are in a watch and wait position regarding our current status of in-person learning. Personally, I am so thankful that the youngest students are not big spreaders. My vision sometimes, and it occurs each day, includes students who are pulling down their masks and wiping their nose with their hands and arms. If I didn't know any better, I would be living in fear, but I do know better. And as a professional, I understand the age group I teach. This is why, as a group, we do not support the idea of coming back for the older age kids. Our members are at both the middle and high school understand their students professionally. And the data does show that the older kids, much like the students wiping their noses incorrectly, are not taking the kinds of precautions needed to stop the spread. The difference between the two groups, the two age groups, is great, but the lack of precaution is not. Currently, Ojai's numbers are not purple tier numbers. However, if after the holidays the numbers change, we will be pushing for a return to distance learning, and certainly for the district to not bring back our older students. Finally, I want to say we are pleased to come to an agreement on the MOU between OFT and the district. We are clear that this is a great place to begin, and we'll continue to bring issues as they come up to the district and negotiate and hopefully add them to our MOU. Thank you.
Oops, thank you, Angie. I am going to not forget the superintendent's report tonight. I think it may be the first time in my presidency here. So we are now to our superintendent's report. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you. I am going to, give me 1 second while I switch this to presentation mode. So I have a long and a short superintendent's report. It would have been much longer because this month we have so many standing ovations. And so typically when we have these, I read each one and I share those with you. We would have been here longer than we will already be here if I'd done that. So we have a little bit of a different format, but I would like to just share that I think this is appropriate this month with Thanksgiving coming up next week, that our community is showing how grateful they are for the work of our staff and our teachers. And across the board, we have never had so many positive comments about the work that is happening right now. So I want to start by saying I am thankful for our teachers, our staff, our classified workers, our administration. This is really hard. It's hard work for everyone. And I'm grateful for the time and effort that each and every employee is taking right now. And I will start with the standing ovations for nutrition services. So we have this new format. We have the nominees, and then we have the nominated by, and then these will all go up on our website. And then every employee who's recognized will get a certificate and a sticker and an email that shares what was written about them, because they're very, very kind. So we have Carrie Dickerson, Jody, Carolina, and Karina from our nutrition services staff. And if you have been following on social media, you would know they are doing just an amazing job of amazing food, and are really looking forward to the completion of the Matilaha kitchen so that we can do even more amazing things in our new central kitchen. We have at Matilaha Middle School, Joyce, Alex, Cheyenne, Sherry, Stephanie, Carolyn, Kate, Carson, Michelle, Susan, and Kelly Stone were all recipients of standing ovations this month for the great work that they have been doing. And they were nominated by Chris Murphy, parents and students, other teachers, and Haley, our district nurse, and Joyce. So lots of both students and staff nominating this time, and also peers nominating their own peers. At Miners Oaks Elementary, we have Christine, Teresa, Maribel, Richard, Kelly, Tiffany, Cindy Mitchie, Amy, Hayden, Kat, Morgan, all of the ABC Club staff, and Miss Teresa Dutter, our principal. And you can see these were almost all parent nominations. So great job to the Miners Oaks staff. We have Miramonte, and I know you've seen some of these names before, but Nicole, Lisa, Miss Buckley, Nadine, Petra, Julia, Miss White, and the entire Miramonte staff for all of the great work that they do. Again, nominations from parents. We have San Antonio, which is not a middle school, sorry, San Antonio School. This would be a copy. Good news, you're middle school now. We have Katie, Kim Eck, Danny, Angard, Icy Colburn, Robin, and the entire San Antonio staff being nominated by parents. And Topa Topa Elementary, Tracy, Carmen, Karen, Tracy, Molly, Laura, Angie, Jennifer, Carolyn, and Heather. And I would just say, I read one for Tracy Oakland, and it cracked me up because it said, if you didn't know her, you would think she was a first-year teacher. And I know that was a compliment, but it kind of made me laugh because and it said, because she's so enthusiastic. And I was like, I just thought that was very sweet and it made me giggle. So I'm sorry I couldn't share that with you, but and let's see, at Nordhoff, we have Manuela, Janet, Fender, and Dave Munson. And then just a few quotes. I just pulled out some, actually, Linda Jordan pulled out a few quotes for me to share with you. Here's one. I've heard her every single day on Zoom with a positive attitude, helping the kids navigate through such a hard learning curve of distance learning. I cannot believe how much my 8-year-old son was able to thrive and learn and grow through this experience, and we could not have done it without her. From the moment I walked into my son's first day of hybrid instruction and his first day on campus as a first grader, I was blown away by how smoothly the entire process went. I know how hard everyone has been working at the district office to ensure opening day was handled with much care and concern. He brings music, culture, inspiration, and compassion to his 4th grade classroom every day. His patience with distance learning complications, paired with his relatable enthusiasm for the subjects he's teaching, has kept our daughter engaged and making progress. And I am not going to read this last one, but I was glad to see that we are starting to receive standing ovations in Spanish. So I could probably translate it if I given enough time, but I will not do that. All right, so just moving on to a couple of other quick things for you. Funding update, the Legislative Analyst Office had a report released today, and it generally had very good news for the state. Our economic recovery from COVID has been much faster and better than anyone predicted it would be. And so this is I just pulled this little bit after accounting for various baseline adjustments. I'm not sure what that means. And they are planning on a 1.14% COLA next year. The legislature will have about $13.7 billion in one-time funding and $4.2 billion in ongoing funds available for schools. So that is better fiscal news than we thought that we would see. I would just remind you that we have about $12 billion in deferrals, meaning payments that we should be getting this school year that they were going to defer to next school year in the hopes that we would get federal stimulus money related to COVID. And so that $13.7 billion could very quickly become, not so much. I think I read somewhere 600 million by the time they paid off all of the deferrals. So, but this is where we are now. And of course, as you know, the budget cycle continues to change, or the budget news continues to change, sometimes up until the very last minute. Last year, it was obviously all summer long, but that is positive news for now. We have a couple of grants that we were awarded. We received an End to Hate grant award. We applied for that through the California Department of Education. There were 300 applications, 20 grants were funded, and we were one of those 20, which is exciting. This provides professional development for ending hate and racial tolerance, anti-racism. We actually attended our first training with this on Monday, which I think we will share more about a little bit later. And also the Family Fund received $5,000 from the William J. Reed Foundation. Then we also submitted some additional grant applications, one for Strong Workforce, which is a career and technical education grant that we should find out about probably in the next week or two if there's funding received for that. That is a partnership with Ventura Unified and Oxnard Union High School District. that we also received last year. We submitted a specialized secondary program grant to start a certified nursing assistant program at the high school. If we're funded, we would be able to kind of revamp our healthcare pathway so that we had an internship program in our local assisted living facilities. And then we, across the district, have submitted various OEF grants. And then I've been looking forward to this. We have a thank you to Thane for his service to the board. Traditionally, you get a plaque, but this year I decided to get you what I am calling a pre-plaque, also known as a tree, and for your orchard. And you cannot tell, but this is really like, I don't know, 20 feet tall. It's not really 20 feet tall. It's really like 10 feet tall. So we will deliver it to your house, Thane, for you. And it's a Duranta tree. And we would like to thank you for your service. And if anyone else on the board would like to say anything, you are welcome to.
Thane, I personally contacted you, and I'll just repeat the shortest part of it, which is just it's been a pleasure serving with you, and thank you for your kind of consistent, independent perspective on things, and wish you well.
Thane, I also, you were the president, I think, our first year when we were inaugurated, or I was inaugurated, and I love your sense of humor. I love how you kept things lively, how you continued to challenge us, and to really make some great changes that I think the district needed to start making in the board. So I really appreciate your service. Thanks so much.
I'll echo that. Thane brought continuity to the board because he was here when we all started, and I also appreciate you bringing opposing points of view, often in the same conversation with yourself, and bringing that balance to the board. And I think it's important. The multiple points of view. I think you've served with integrity and professionalism, and it's been a joy for me to serve with you and to watch you. And I'm going to miss you. So. Thank you.
Thank you all for saying that too. I would like to totally jump on that bandwagon, Thane. It has been a pleasure to work with you. And I personally appreciate all the times that I have been able to reach out in a phone call to ask questions kind of behind the scenes, and your wisdom and understanding of the district and of being a school board member has been very impactful for me personally, and I appreciate that. So thank you for all your time on the board and serving this community with such passion and gusto and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I say something, or is it?
Please.
I'm still on the board, so I can say something. I'm really humbled and grateful. This has been a really wonderful time of my life, to be able to serve on the board, to be supportive, hopefully, helpful, hopefully, and working with all of you has just been such an honor and a privilege, and really a blessing in my life, and I appreciate that. This tree looks fantastic. I could also come and pick it up if necessary, but
okay, sold. It wasn't going to fit in my car very well, but I was going to try.
but what a wonderful thing. I appreciate that so much. And I just a couple of things. I thought I'd save this till the end of the meeting, but right now seems most appropriate. The whole feeling of the board, I think has changed in many ways, and I think many of them are really positive. I like the openness. I like the way that we I think we include the community so much more in these meetings than we ever have. I think having Tiffany here as our superintendent has really been a wonderful thing. And I just want to mention a couple of things that I'm really happy and I feel a little proud of is the addition of the online learning capabilities. I think that there will be an important place for that in the future. And I think it's important for us to embrace that, not to forget about the in-person learning. That's also very critical, but having that online option, I think is so wonderful. I'm really sorry that the pandemic pushed us that direction, but I know that Tiffany started that work before the pandemic, so I think that we can take credit for that just a little bit. I'm also really happy about the community supporting the schools with Measure K and also Measure J. And I'm really hopeful that we'll get that pool. And I hope that you don't forget about me, that when there's that grand opening for the pool, you let me know and invite me back to see that. And wow, what a great time. I think it's been about 10 years. It's been a great chapter of my life. I'm grateful for all the memories. And I know that I'm leaving things in wonderful hands, and you'll move forward and do many more great things. Maybe it'll be even a little bit easier without me here. But I wish you the very best, and thank you.
Thank you, Thane. I'm sorry that COVID has made it so that we are all having to do this through a screen, because it would be, I miss being with you all and getting to say face-to-face all of these things, to see you.
The idea, Thane, is that when this tree blooms every year, you can think about like the December 1st interim report. You can consider all of the public comments that you could be reading, and so that it will serve to remind you of your time on the board.
Oh, believe me, there are some things that I won't miss. but there's so many more things that I will miss. And maybe when I put fertilizer around that tree, it'll remind me of some of those things.
This is my last slide. I just wanted I have one more piece of the superintendent's update, and that is just to thank the board for my evaluation for last year. We completed my formal evaluation, which was delivered to me last month. And thank you for the positive evaluation and for the support. And I look forward to continuing to serve more. I was going to have a timeline, but I don't have a timeline. So,
well, thank you, and the sentiments in the evaluation were well deserved. So, thank you. We are now to our school spotlight, and we are spotlighting Chaparral this month. Every month we have been spotlighting a different school, and this week we look forward to hearing all about Chaparral, and I'm glad to see Javi here to talk to us about Chaparral.
Of course, thank you. Good evening. Thanks for having me. Tiffany, are you going to share the screen, or should I share my presentation?
No, I am sharing it right now. I just have
okay,
to
great.
Switch my screens.
Okay. Well, I had some technical issues at the beginning of the meeting, just so that you know, my computer kept on freezing. So if you don't see me moving, then Tiffany and Cheryl will take it over and they'll finish my presentation. I promise I will not do it on purpose. So with, first of all, I want to say something that, you know, I've been in the district for, believe it or not, this is my 20th year, 20 years already. Incredible. I cannot even, it blows my mind. And I remember when I first started teaching, I remember making myself this comment. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm getting paid to do this. It was like the greatest thing that has ever happened to me, because I went from being an engineer to teaching. It was completely different. I fell in love with it. And I just said to myself, I can't believe I get paid to do this. And then I became an administrator, and then it completely changed to, I better get paid to do this. But now that I'm back at Chaparral, I have the same feeling. I can't believe I'm getting paid to do this. This shift for me has been very, very positive. I'm embracing it. There's a lot to learn, but I'm just loving every minute of it. So thanks for the opportunity. With this, go ahead and can you switch? There we go. So Chaparral Continuation High School, we currently have about 43 students. Our enrollment actually goes up every quarter, depending on how many recommendations we get from NORA. At this point, as a matter of fact, I just left about 4 messages between yesterday and today about some recommendations of kids that want to come over. So that number typically goes up every quarter. As you know, we are open. Our kids are expected to come to school. Our attendance has been great, to say the least. And I think was one of the things that we do is at the beginning. Well, let me take it back. At the beginning of the school year, we were not open, and we noticed right away that wasn't the best situation for these kids. They need somebody to be on them. They need somebody to be reminding them what they need to do. We're trying to make the Zoom thing work. It just didn't quite work for Chaparral kids. Then after that, we opened up temporarily. It wasn't a full day, and I think that's coming up on the next slide. So I'm going to cut myself short on this because that's going to come up. But one of the things why our attendance I think is good is, and this is something that we can afford to do because our population is really small, is that the minute a kid is absent, I pick up the phone and I make a personal call to that family. And it was so interesting because I think it was last week. I think it was on Thursday of last week. I called this family. Mom picked up, and she didn't say, hello, good morning, how are you? She said to me, he's on his way, Mr. Ramirez. Those were his first words. So she knew I was on it. So I think that has helped us tremendously getting the kids there. It's important for them to know that we're on them. That if they don't show up, we're going to make that personal call, and then we are going to try to find them because the expectation is that they're going to show up. Our staff, we have Mr. Lang, who's our SPED. He's 60% with us. Allison Leet, she is doing a horticulture elective. She's 20%. Leslie McCleary is our wonderful, wonderful office manager. Heidi Cash is our mental health person who's with us about 3 days a week. Dan Blauer, we have her for 80%. Leanna Graham, we have her for 40%. Craig is the only full-time teacher that we currently have. He's 100%. And Kate, we're lucky to have Kate do a 20% with the elective of art. So you're looking at the full-on Chaparral staff that we currently have. So let me pick it up now. So we, at the beginning of the school year, we didn't open. We knew that wasn't the best for our kids. Then we decided to go ahead and invite them in, and we on a modified schedule Monday through Thursday, and that actually took place on the week of September 21st. We communicated with the families, again, personal calls to let them know that this was going to be the plan. We started with a 90-minute instructional day from 9 to 10:30. Then after that, the kids were expected to show up to Zoom if they had if they needed any additional support. Fridays was also the expectation the kids, if they needed additional support, they were going to show up to Zoom. However, knowing our population, that wasn't happening. So while we had them, they were doing what they were supposed to be doing. But as soon as they left campus, then that was a different story. Our cohorts were less than 12, and then we have three different classes right now. We call them advisory classes. And we had a 10-minute gap in between starting times. So our first advisor will start at 9, our second one will start at 9:10, and our last one will start at 9:20. So staggered time so that not everybody would gather at the same time. Then around mid-October, we noticed that a lot of kids were not meeting their goal. And I want to talk a little bit about that in the next slide. Their credit goal is what drives what they do. We have a document which we call the educational plan for each one of our students. And that's really what drives what they need to do, the pacing that they need to be at, and how often we check in with them. While not having them on campus or only having them for 90 minutes, it wasn't enough. So around mid-October, our progress reports came out, and we noticed that 75% of our kids were not meeting their goal. So at that time, we decided, let's just keep them longer. Let's add an extra hour. We communicated with the families, and believe it or not, the kids, there was no pushback from them. I think they really wanted to be there. So then we started going from 9 to 11:30, mid-October. And then towards the end of the first quarter, we again did a little bit of data analysis, and we also noticed that we still had quite a bit of kids that were still not meeting their goal. So we added the Friday. So we went from an hour and 30 minutes Monday to Thursday in September 21st to Monday, Thursday, 9 to 11:30. So we added an hour, and now we're adding that Friday. And that's what we currently have. They expect to go there 5 days a week, 9 to 11:30. And I actually scared some kids, and I said, when the quarter grades come out, if I still see that a lot of you guys are not meeting your goal, I'm going to add another day. I'm going to ask you guys to come on Saturday. And they just laughed it off and said, we're just going to move up that ladder. We're just going to move it up. So that's the progress that we have had. What do the kids do? So when kids get enrolled at Chaparral, I was actually very, very impressed with what they do. They have an orientation. And I've made quite a few changes in the orientation, a lot of updates, but the concept is still the same. Every new student, not returning students, so every new student that we get goes through this orientation. It's pretty thick. You know, it's not something that a kid sits down and gets it done in 30 minutes or even a day. There's a lot of work that went into designing this orientation to really get to know the kids. I mean, some of the questions that we ask them, some of the activities that they have to do for the orientation, it really tells us, it gives us a complete picture of who this kid is. And I think we have the duty to make sure that we understand the whole child, where they come from, in order for us to be able to serve them best. Just a couple of things that are part of the orientation is they have to take this assessment that shows their learning style. How do they learn? Also, how do they deal with conflict? Every kid takes also a STAR assessment that tells us where they are in their math and their English proficiency. There's a whole questionnaire that's like 36 questions that we call it the About Me questionnaire. And it's very revealing. Some of the questions that we ask and you know, some of the answers that we get from the kids and some of the things that they share, it's quite eye-opening to realize the background of a lot of the kids that we get at Chaparral. So every kid goes through that. We give them about a week to get it done. Some kids take a little longer. They earn credits for that. They earn 3 credits for doing the orientation because, like I said, it's pretty hefty, it's pretty thick. Then a day at Chaparral, it starts at 9. The first 30 minutes they do that will be like our SEL portion of the day. Early in the morning, they do CNN 10 every day. They log in their CNN 10. They write down, any questions they might have had about the discussion that took place in that activity for the CNN. So they do that every day. The first 10 minutes of class is a good way to open up the class and get everybody to collectively be there. And then every single week, at the end of the week, they do what we call the Champs Journal. And you can see that on the right-hand side, Champs Self-Reflection. So kids get an opportunity to self-reflect on how they did that week. And this is done on a journal that we provide to them. And that journal gets turned into their advisor. And their advisor reads through the journal and comments on the journal and returns it back. So that's a good way to keep that support with our students and encouraging them to make good choices. And some of the things that they also write on those journals a lot of times are very personal, and that gives the advisor an opportunity to again connect with them. So I'm telling you, I've been very, very impressed on the passion of the teachers that we have at Chaparral and how willing they are to go that extra mile to make sure they understand the needs of their kids, and very empathetic to them. And it's been a real treat for me to be part of this team. Now, the ed plans is something that we do for every kid at every quarter. So think of the ed plan as being like an IEP. That's how I think of the ed plan. It's a written document. The advisor sits down with the student and the parent, and they look at the credit deficiencies and look at what they need to do to be able to get the high school diploma, because that's eventually the goal that every kid has at Chaparral, is to get the high school diploma. And every kid goes through that. It gets documented, and every quarter gets revised and revisited, and the new goals are established. I want to show you the document in a minute. For as far as student support, well, we added the extra hour, we added the extra day, and that seems so far to be working very well for our kids. We also keep this list called the daily productivity checklist. And as the kids submit work, they get productive checks, what we call. And it's a document they share among all the advisors, including myself and including our office manager, that is due every Thursday. So every Thursday you look at this productive checklist and you have a good snapshot of the productivity level of each kid. And a little cookie at the end of the tunnel for this that encourages kids to do the productive checks is that if you earn X number of productive checks, by Friday, we allow you to leave 30 minutes early. Okay, that's a little treat that we give the kids. And you'd be surprised how effective this has been for some kids, not for everybody, but it encourages them to be on top of it, to make sure that they are working diligently, pacing, make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Then we also have I just discussed the ed plan, which we'll look at the next page in a minute. Meetings at Chaparral, it's so nice to have 4 teachers, because I can just call a staff meeting and just run it really quickly. It's there. We see each other every day. But we're starting to make it into a habit to do bi-weekly meetings where we talk about the kids, how they're doing, what are the other things that we can do to support them. And it's a very tight team that we have, very tight group. And again, I'm blown away by the level of care that each one of those teachers has for the kids. Then I mentioned that if a kid is truant, they get a personal call from the one and only Mr. Ramirez. As soon as the kid is absent, I pick up the phone, I call, and I'm going to say that 9 out of 10 times the kid shows up a little late, but they show up. So I think that has helped a lot, and sets the expectation that we expect them to show up, and if they don't show up, they are going to get a call. That's the norm. And we expect them to bring him in. Even if it's late, they have to bring him in. And the other support that we offer, obviously, which is support that's offered other sites, is our mental health, and with Heidi Cash, who's like the super cool mental health person that we have this year. We're very lucky to have her. So this is what the ed plan looks like. I modified it a little bit. I give it a nice facelift. But this is what the kids sit down with their advisor and the parents and myself. We look at the transcripts. We take a look at the number of credits they need, what it will look like for them to be able to accomplish that goal of getting the high school diploma, whether they're juniors or seniors. We work on a plan. And so that's on the left-hand side. It tells you the credits in each one of the subject areas. It gives you a line or how many credits each that particular student has completed, what is the plan, and how much progress they've made. So the teacher gets to keep this, the student gets to keep a copy, and we also provide the parent with a copy. And on the right-hand side is a tool that some kids use, some don't, but it's an organizational tool that's actually on the back of the ed plan. It just comes together in one page, where the kid will say, for the week of whatever, September 21st, this is my goal in English, this is my goal in social studies, my goal in math, my goal in science. And it's just a way for them to, again, stay organized with the credits, because a lot of them have quite a bit of credits to make up, and it's pretty easily for them to get overwhelmed and to lose track of where they're going if they don't have a sense of of how many they actually need. And so this helps them with that organizational piece, and it really puts it into perspective. You can try it. So our electives, I'm super excited. Most of those electives are actually new. We've had art in the past, computer graphics art which is with Mrs. Thomas. And you can see our kit there on the upper right-hand side with our big printer machine. We haven't gotten the opportunity to use the machine yet, but definitely it's in the works. Music production, it's something that Greg Andrews, I don't know if you know him, but he's a very passionate musician. And he decided, why not? Let's give it a try. So we set up a computer. We bought some software, we bought the hardware, the interface, and kids are there making beats and making songs. So that's an opportunity that they have. One of our most popular electives, again, run by Craig Andrews, is lapidary. Is very popular. And I wish you guys can come in any day between 12 and 2, swing by. You'll see kids out there making jewelry. And Greg is passionate about this. One of the things that I had no idea about Greg is that he does this. And they're very much into it. You can see the kid there in the middle with the glasses, very proudly wearing his brand new necklace that he created. He made all of that. Starting from the rock, from scratch. They polish it. They make it look really shiny, really nice. They drill the hole. They make all of that. And we have some bigger plans for lapidary. We really want to expand that program because it's been very engaging for kids. We also have the mariachi run by the one and only Mr. Ramirez. You can see a little picture on the upper left-hand side with me, and that's Kate. We're just practicing the guitar. It hasn't taken off as much as I wish it would, but at least, you know, it's kids have the opportunity to engage in that if they want to. Horticulture is something that we have had in the past, and you can see that on the lower right-hand side, 2 pictures there with the kids working with plants, and the other one is working on the greenhouse. And the latest and greatest, we actually just introduced Spanish last week. As a matter of fact, I added the Spanish. I created this presentation with Tiffany and Cheryl, and I sent them an email saying I got to add Spanish because we just introduced Spanish. And we have actually 2 kids that are taking Spanish through Edgenuity, and I'm the teacher of record because obviously I speak Spanish and I can help them with that. So those are our electives so far that we have. Moving forward, what I would love to have is just expand on anything that the kids can get their hands on. Health science is something that I'm very, very interested in, and IT for now. I think these kids would be a great fit for that, and really extend those courses to industry, and maybe engage them in some kind of what do you call it? Engaging with industry, make connections with them, so yeah, I mean that's what I have in mind. It's just in the back of my mind right now. I'm just trying to wrap my head around everything else that I have to learn still in this environment. It's brand new to me, but there you have it. A snapshot of Chaparral, and like I said, feel free to swing by and take a look at it. It's a pleasure to see the kids working on their electives after school. So it's been a treat. It's been quite a treat for me, for sure.
And I'm going to just pause and say, feel free to swing by after COVID when our MOU does not limit visitors on campus.
That's true. I forgot there was COVID, right?
Yes.
Forgot about it.
So.
I got too excited with this.
Yeah. we're kind of straight. You could come when kids aren't there, but we're trying to.
I'll take pictures and I send them to you.
There you go.
Well, Javier, I'm really excited that you're so happy there. And I know that we were excited to know that you were going there. And I think you're going to be great for that school, and that school is great for you. And it's a great match. And maybe you needed each other.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
love your positive attitude. No matter where you've been, even if you haven't been completely thrilled, your positive attitude comes through. And I think that the students feel it. I'm sure the parents feel it. And we certainly have over the years. And I really want to thank you for that. I think it makes a big difference to people when they're around someone who's positive. I think that's great.
Thank you.
I would agree with that, Thane. And I would just like to say I'm really happy to see the responsiveness to the students' needs in creating the timelines that you have, expanding the school day and the school week to accommodate the needs of the students has been a great benefit.
Javier, do you know what was the normal day, like last year before COVID? It wasn't a full day
Yeah,
anyway.
there were 4 classes, 4 periods. They started at 8 and it ended around noon. That's what it was. Right now, what's making it very difficult for us and very challenging is that the kids are not allowed to go from period to period. So they stay with their advisor throughout the day. And that has created some challenges because it would be ideal for them to meet with their science teacher and their math and etc. But we just can't do that right now. But we're making the best of it. We have created some systems around that to make sure that they are aware of what they need to do and the requirements on each one of their deficiencies for credits to make sure that the teachers stay on top of them.
I would like, before we forget too, I did have someone in the community reach out to me. How come there's not any town hall meetings for Chaparral? And it's because you called and met with every family individually.
Yeah,
So-
I did. Yeah. Over the summer, I made those calls and I told them what the plan was. And like I said, it's really nice to be able to do that. It's really, really nice to be able to just pick up the phone and spend a couple of hours contacting the families. And, they really appreciate it too. They really did. And I've called them, I want to say probably at least 5 or 6 times since the beginning of the year where I've called every single family about something that has come up. So, because I can send a parent square, but not all the families are going to get it. It's just better for you to pick up the phone and make that call. And that's a little bit of time on my end, but it's so worth it at the end because you get that personal connection with the families. And but again, I'm very lucky to be able to do that. Very lucky.
Javi, I just wanted to mention, I always felt like in the time I was on the board that Becky had always brought such a strong sense of a real personal and real deep empathy for the particular situation with the students. And you're somebody who really brings that as well. And I think it's such a great match. Of course, I'm a big fan and I just love your empathy and your genuineness. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
So let me just add one little thing. There's not a lot to add because I think I agree with what everybody said, but I like the creativity, right? It's a challenging population and it needs constant nimble adjustment. And I see that you're doing that as well as close monitoring. And I think that's a winning formula. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you guys.
I would add that one thing we have talked about with regards to Chaparral is in order for some of these expansion plans, they're out of space. There's just not enough space. The spaces aren't necessarily conducive to the work that they want to do. The lapidary class is happening in a like a glorified closet, kind of, right?
Hallway now. We have to move. We have to actually get another machine. Craig got another machine and he puts it in the hallway.
Yeah. So in our current location, we are out of space and there is no space to move to that's not currently occupied. So I just wanted to share that some of the limitations on the instructional program are based on the physical space. And so we're working to see what the future might bring for the space in which Chaparral lives.
Javier, can I just ask one question? I know last year, Becky was really hoping to kind of get more students started at Ventura College, sort of say, do a class down there while you're doing your work here. And she didn't get a lot of participation in that. And I'm wondering, do you think the opportunity of Spanish as I don't know that that's required for VC, more for the Cal States, right? The UC requirements are going to be to have a language. Do you think that will push? Do we have students who go to?
My understanding is that we don't really have students because a lot of our courses are not A through G approved.
Right.
Okay. So it's not like the high school, like comprehensive high school is very different than a continuation high school. The idea of offering them, in this case, a Spanish class is quite honestly is because, a student brought it up. She said, hey, do you guys offer any language? And I know that last year we offered French, but that's because we had a teacher who was fluent in French. So that was a good fit for that. The nice thing I really love about Chaparral too is that it gives, it gives a teacher the flexibility to put, I mean, the sky's the limit, right? If you have the talent in something and you want to share it with the kids, this is a great opportunity. I mean, look at Greg, he's multi-talented and he's bringing all those talents into the classroom and engaging kids. And we had a kid who we had a difficult time getting him to come to school at the beginning of the year. And then he engaged in jewel making, and now he's there every single day, So it's the little things like that that engage the kids to want to come to school. And that language, going back to the Spanish classes, it was brought up, and I was like, yeah, we should do it. So how can we make it work? So we have ingenuity. Let's just do it. I'm a Spanish speaker. Let's just do it. So I put it on the daily announcements, and which, by the way, the kids do the announcements now. That's something new at Chaparral. Every morning, we assign a kid to get up and speak in front of the microphone, and he's doing a great job. I already told him that he's going to be the next big, what do you call it? Radio station guy, right? The big. So anyway, and right now so far we have 2 students, and I think it's going to expand. I see it expanding, but I would love to be able to connect with junior college. I know every year they do a trip to VC. That's just part of what they do every year. I don't know what this year is going to look like. They usually do it in the spring. There's still a lot of things up in the air, as you all know. So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, I mean, connections to college, I'm huge on that. Connections to, CTE type careers, I'm huge on that. We just got to connect the kids to the right channels so they can find their, I like this and I can make a living. And so that's really eventually, at some point what I would love to really focus on. But I've only been there for 2 months, so still a lot to learn.
Well, thank you for sharing us tonight. It's always nice to hear from Chaparral and see what's happening on campus, and we appreciate you being here to share with us.
No, thank you for having me. I'm going to stick around because I got another thing on the agenda.
All right.
Adult Ed.
Thank you, Javier.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now at 5.2, which is our return to campus update. And I'm curious, Kathy, if there's anybody in the boardroom for public speaking opportunities.
We'll have no one present.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
But we did, as I said earlier, had many written public comments that we will read now.
So I think that we are going to take turns reading these because there's a few. So maybe I'll read the first one, and then Jane, do you want to read the one after me? And then Shelley, I'm looking at the shortest ones, but I'm not trying to assign them. But so maybe myself, then Jane, then Shelley, and we'll just cycle through.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I will start with one from Chelsea Fink. Pertaining to Nordhoff and Matilla House students being left to deteriorate. I understand that you are guided by certain protocols, but for Ojai being so small, we are the exception to the rule. Our COVID numbers prove that. What are you doing to ensure that our students will go back to in-person classes on January 25th? Do we have our waiver in hand? If not, why not? We were told months ago that students, especially seniors, would be brought back in small groups and have activities and opportunities to complete their senior experience. None of that has happened. They have worked so hard to now be overlooked. Please ensure that promises are kept. Please take the extra steps and get them back on campus. Parents are ready and willing to make things happen. Call me anytime. I will be there. Every private school in Ojai is open and having in-person classes. Our district is losing students daily to other schools that are open and progressive. Today in the news, Dr. Fauci is advocating that schools are not one size fits all and schools like ours should be open. I'm not one to advocate for vaccines, but in this case, with the news of an approved vaccine available to all by early spring, there's nothing holding us back from in-person classes. All students are struggling and emotionally, socially, physically deteriorating. Their overall well-being is at stake. Please do everything you can and fight for the right thing to get them back on campus.
Before I read the next one, let me just ask, so these are pertaining to something that's on the agenda. So if a board member wanted to specifically ask or comment on this, they can either now or later. Is that, yes. Am I remembering that? Okay. There was something there that she said, about the waiver. Thank you, Shelley. Yeah, so the waivers are from the county are only for K through 6th grade.
Right.
But I would like to reiterate that the school districts that have not opened yet cannot open now that they're back in the purple, but if you have some, like you have opened some grades, you will be allowed to continue to open grades if it works with your union and for the district. So the second comment is from Deborah Kirkland. This comment is in regards to November 18th OUS meeting 5.2 return to campus. I would like to make it known that our family is in support of returning to Matilaha Middle School and Nordhoff High School campus. The private schools in our community and the public elementary schools in our community have returned to campus. So it does not seem to make sense that Matilaha and Nordhoff students would be deprived of that experience. Protocols are being used regularly that students and staff have relied on to keep everyone safe. Our high school seniors and at-risk youth are experiencing acute loss of emotional support by being precluded from an on-campus school experience. Because the Ojai community has not experienced the same level of COVID case rise as the rest of Ventura County, it seems reasonable to transition our students back to campus. I would recommend the addition of some level of regular COVID testing to the safety protocols for students and staff, as questionnaires and temperature checks have limited reliability to ensure infected people are not coming to campus. Thank you for your attention to this comment and the work you are doing in this challenging time.
Angelica, before you read this one, I just want to say I had intended to do this at the beginning and I did not, to set a 3-minute timer for each one, so that we can keep to kind of our 3-minute time frame. Maybe not when you're about to read, but after that.
I'll take the next 2 and I'll let you have the long one. Okay, Tiffany? Jim Kirchner says, schools need to remain a distance learning format. And Tina Broman says, regarding item 5.2 on the OUSD agenda, it is extremely important to return students to campus ASAP. High school and middle school students need to return to campus and in-person learning as soon as possible. These children are being deprived of an education, and online learning is no substitute. These are critical days, weeks, and months of an educational window, which is rapidly closing for seniors. They will not get this time back in the future, and their educational years will be impacted for long into their futures. I would also like to point out that the science behind the state of California's tiered system is very suspect. It is being advocated for healthy, non-symptomatic individuals to get tested in greater numbers in order to drive down our per 100,000 ratios. Any system that has a potential to be manipulated must be thrown out. The students' age groups is not particularly affected by the virus, and precautions can be considered. Regardless, these students need to get back to in-person education as soon as possible.
I will read the next one, and I'm going to set the timer here. This is from Ann Inman, who's a teacher at the high school. Good evening. I am commenting this evening on behalf of my colleagues at Nordhoff High School as our union site rep. I have shared detailed results of our staff survey on returning to in-person instruction with the members of the board and administration in order to keep my comments here more succinct, as I know there will be many people who want to share their opinions this evening on this issue. Our staff loves their students at Nordhoff High School, and we miss seeing them in person on campus each day. We look forward to the day when we can be together again in person. The majority of our teachers, however, have serious reservations about the safety of returning to in-person instruction at this time. I would like to share a few highlights of our staff survey results at this time, and I will close with some quotes from teacher comments from our survey as well. Thank you for listening to the concerns from our teachers. 93% of teachers surveyed stated that they have concerns about student safety if students return to campus in January. 86% of teachers have concerns about their own safety if students return to campus in January. 93% of teachers have concerns about their classroom providing adequate distancing and ventilation. 75% of teachers feel that Nordhoff could not be successful in enforcing social and physical distancing requirements and mask wearing guidelines for students. 64% of teachers said that if Nordhoff High School was to open for in-person instruction in January, they would go back to work with proper safety protocols, but would have serious concerns for my health, my colleagues' health, and my students' health. When asked if the potential benefits of returning students to in-campus outweigh the potential risks, 57% of teachers said no, 36% said they were unsure, and 7% said yes. Here are a few selected quotes from the survey's comment section. We miss our students
high school students tremendously and without question. As much as we miss students, the potential to sacrifice our health and wellness is an extreme measure beyond what high school teachers should be asked to do. Before any board members considers opening schools, I would urge them to ask themselves if they would be willing to work in person with high school students under conditions that may not allow for reliable ventilation and safe class sizes. Would you be willing to risk your life or your family's health in order to teach high school students who do not reliably make choices to keep themselves masked and safe? Better that we have patience and continue to deliver quality distance learning at the high school until there is a viable vaccine. If we choose to remain on distance learning in January, I know we will save lives in the community. Vaccines are on the way. We can wait until we have some protection before we try an experiment like bringing back students, faculty, and staff, albeit in small groups, to see what will happen. We are doing extremely well at Nordhoff with distance learning, better than most of us would have expected, and distance learning is safe for all of us. It is the safest, most considerate action that we could choose at this time. Our current distance learning actually creates the most synchronous student-teacher contacts. Student-teacher contacts, I'm going to stop there, but board members received the rest of these comments in written format.
Sorry, next, I'm scrolling down. The next comment is from Jim Johnson. Sorry, my screen went away.
You want me to read it, Jane?
I got it. Dear parents of Ojai Unified School District, please use your voice and send in comments and concerns for our upcoming school board meeting. Our kids deserve to be taught by their teachers and not a video or a website. Our kids deserve to have assignments graded in a timely manner. Our kids deserve to have all the opportunities and activities that come with going to school. If our school district is only going to facilitate a Zoom call to take attendance and then send your child into a breakout room or dismiss them to a module, well, then we don't really need teachers. We get what we accept.
Katie Frazier says, agenda item 5.2, return to campus. I strongly support moving forward on plans to return our MMS and NHS students to campus in January. Throughout this pandemic, so far, Ojai has had the lowest COVID numbers in the county. Our community has shown commitment to following safety protocols, and I feel strongly that our community can return these kids to campus with regulations that will be respected. Our kids deserve that the effort be made on their behalf. The senior class of 21 has experienced no senior bonding traditions so far. Please let us come together to make a safe attempt to return them to campus and show these children that effort will be made on their behalf. They and their mental health and happiness are worth this effort.
The next one is from Deborah Kirkland. Our family is very disappointed that Nordhoff High School has not been able to accommodate our campus labs for science classes such as chemistry. If athletics are able to return to campus safely, it seems reasonable that in-person science labs could too. Please establish in-person lab time as soon as possible so the students currently in lab classes do not miss this opportunity before the end of the semester. Providing high-quality STEM education is critical to the success of our youth. The quality of science education is being discounted at a time when the importance science education for our youth, especially our female youth, is being highlighted as critical for a thriving, innovative citizenry. YouTube labs for chemistry do not replace hands-on science. Please contact other schools in our community who have been providing in-person labs safely for sample protocols and design. Thank you for considering this comment.
The next one's from Robert Stratton. Regardless of if the students return to campus this school year, sports is integral to their success. In a year of abnormality, we owe it to these students to give some sense of normalcy. In my opinion, we should keep moving forward and return to athletics in a hope to play matches. A study from Florida National University shows that students participate in athletics tend to have higher grades. So I ask that we please move forward with sports until we know whether or not matches will happen in CIF Southern Section. These student athletes finally have something to look forward to during their days. Please don't roll back the phases and return to athletics.
Kara Hooper says, hello, Superintendent and OUSD board members. My name is Kara Hooper, and I am a current Matilahaw parent as well as the founder of Ohio Educate Ed. an organization that works to help students in the Ojai Valley gain access to college with a focus on first-generation college-bound students. Over the last 8 months, I have observed my own child with distance learning, as well as approximately 25 students across both Matilaha and Nordhoff communities through my organization. I write today to encourage the district to press on with its plans for reopening for our middle school and high school, slated for January 25th, even while Ventura County is back on the purple tier. As we know, Ojai has been and remains in the yellow tier. Additionally, every other school in the Valley, public, private, and charter, now offers some in-person learning to children, with the exception of Matilaha and Nordhoff. With enrollment between the two schools at approximately 1,200 students, over half of the children in OUSD attend these two schools. I commend the incredible work of Matilaha Athletic Director Carson Brown to get sports offerings going for the students of Matilaha. It has been incredibly successful and has lifted the spirits of many students. I hope that the district will continue to pursue providing science lab opportunities at Nordhoff, which were referenced at the October 7th meeting but do not seem to have materialized, as well as other small group opportunities for connection that were also referenced at the October 7th meeting but have yet to materialize on either campus. Finally, I look forward to hearing an update tonight on what the district is doing to pursue expanding the substitute list, as that was offered as a major barrier to reopening at the October 7th meeting. Thank you to all of the administrators and teachers who are navigating uncharted waters in education. It is a heavy lift for sure. It is worth undertaking because it benefits our children here in this valley who are our future.
Next is from Michelle Gaston. When our county moved back to purple this week, my first concern was how does this affect the plan for a January 21st return to campus? While this first semester was an improvement over a quick shutdown last spring, there is still much to be done. We were told labs would happen on campus. I have heard nothing on this front. Both my kids have rated distance learning a 2 out of 10. They are bored. They have a difficult time staying focused. I'm fortunate to have 2 kids that work independently. I worry about those who don't. What worries me even more is our children's mental health. I strongly urge you to find a way to bring these kids back on campus. I worry about the introverted, shy, or anxious child that will not reach out to their peers when they need that interaction. I strongly believe that being on campus, even in a hybrid form, could make a difference for these kids that are struggling mentally. I see the difference in my children's emotional well-being when they do have an opportunity to get out in the community. If it means they have to wear masks and stay socially distant to be on campus, I know my kids would in a heartbeat. I also urge you to find a way for all athletics to be allowed some kind of training on campus at Nordhoff, even if it is only for conditioning. My child loves athletics, and I see so much happiness when they are participating in sports. Athletics are such a lifeline for some of these kids. That may be one aspect that keeps some of these children in school. Last week, we sat at our dinner table and said what we do if these kids do not get back on campus when we see others around us returning. We discussed looking at other options, even if it means moving to private education, as I would guess others are contemplating as well. Our district cannot afford to lose more families. Our little community has done well in staying safe, and the county numbers do not reflect the great job Ojai is doing. I believe it's time to get creative and find ways to make things happen for these kids. Please bring our kids back on campus for those families that feel the benefits outweigh the risks.
The next one's from Alyssa Duclos. First, I'd like to say I'm thankful the district made the decision to keep elementary open and sports practices continuing despite the fact Ventura County has moved into the purple tier. I think it's important to remember that Ojai is and has been consistently in the yellow tier. Overall, our community has remained diligent and minimally exposed. As a parent of a Nordhoff student, it's difficult to see and hear about the elementary schools and the private schools in our valley going back to school while ours has not. I'm hoping the district will make the right decision and send our students back to school in January. Schools provide more than just academics to children and adolescents. When I look back on my high school experience, I remember the extracurricular activities, the laughs, the friendships, the crushes, locker talk, and much more. I'm sad our teens are not getting this and have seen personally the emotional and social effects school closures and distance learning has on them. Let's find a way to safely get the kids back to school.
Lisa Porto says, some thoughts. The virus is very contagious and infection rates in the US, California, and even our county are moving in the wrong direction. While Ojai may have low numbers of cases at this time, with visitors coming in every weekend from LA, these low numbers will probably not hold. Gathering, whether it is at family events, churches, concerts, or schools, public or private, should be strongly discouraged unless we do not care about those who will catch COVID, be permanently disabled from it, or even die as a result. Opening schools brings people together physically and exposes them to risk that they would not experience otherwise. Opening schools is a form of gathering, so I cannot support it. Vaccines are on the way. We should be patient and wait until we have some protection before we try an experiment like bringing back students, faculty, and staff, albeit in small groups, to see what will happen. We are doing extremely well at Nordhoff with distance learning, better than most of us would have expected, and distance learning is safe for all of us. It is the safest, most considerate action we could choose at this time. If we remain on distance learning in January, I know we will save lives in our community. In regards to the hybrid plan, much hard work has been done to try to find a rational way to welcome students back to Nordhoff, even in the midst of this pandemic. I'm certain there is a lot of pressure on the superintendent and staff, the school board, and our principals to accommodate families who are having real challenges related to schooling their kids from home. The hybrid plan will put enormous pressure on teachers who are really maxed out in terms of workload and stress. We are in the middle of a public health crisis that is showing no signs of letting up. Is returning to campus a good idea given the circumstances? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Benjamin Franklin.
I'm going to read the next one from Maggie Burke. With respect to reopening schools, it's important to confer with teachers and staff who are faced with the task to accommodate a reopening. To the argument that students will learn better in person, please consider how long it took for teachers, staff, and students to adapt to the Canvas online platform. A shift to reopening would take just as long, if not longer, to adjust to. Group work and one-on-one assistance would violate social distancing measures essential to keeping folks safe. Teachers would still need to maintain the online learning platform in addition to in-person, which would ultimately result, despite our best efforts, in less individualized attention for students logged on in online and in person. I understand it's extremely hard to be isolated and on one's own in a Zoom call, but consider how traumatic it would be to reopen, risk an exposure, and then have to return to online learning completely. All it takes is exposure to a positive case to upend any and all measures to be in person. If I'm to quarantine, students would be on campus while I'm at home. I think it would be overwhelming for students to adjust to an in-person module, and even more if that were to be interrupted. Have students had the opportunity to share what their wants, needs, and concerns are? Have all parents and guardians been surveyed about their wants, needs, and concerns?
This is from Kelsey Zimmerman. I made a public comment supporting the superintendent's decision to wait until January to open Matilaha and Nordhoff on the basis that we'd be returning to a hybrid schedule like elementary on January 22nd. And based on that, we'd be able to return extracurricular activities that the high school kids desperately needs. Sports, performing arts, dance, clubs, freshman and senior class experiences, as well as essential components to classes that cannot be done on Zoom, like science labs, tutoring, study sessions, etc. The majority of parents I have talked with went along with it because we were told that lectures on off days would not be able to be broadcasted. We also knew our students were trying to finish year-long classes by January 22nd and would miss out on valuable instructional time. Add the upcoming Thanksgiving and December holidays in there, and we knew it would be very disruptive to the learning environment given we were put on the block semester schedule. Unfortunately, I'm seeing that we have some issues with the reality of what's happening on the ground, or parents and students are experiencing, and what's being said in the newspaper, in social media, and to the school board. I have two specific issues I'd like to bring to light: athletic return and science lab return. Athletic return, while it's absolutely wonderful that sports practices are back, and we, all student athletes or parents of student athletes, would be absolutely devastated if it was shut down, there seems to be no information put out as far as phases. The only thing available, which has been taken down and now put back up on the website, is a return to athletic slideshow from June of 2020. I am on the parent advisory committee that Dr. Morris and Linda Jordan run. And last month she showed us the document and said it would be coming out soon because they were revising the phases. As a parent with a son in a fall sport, I have not received that document yet, nor any document that talks about phases, what is and isn't allowed, and what phases we are actually in. My son has been given random conflicting information that doesn't even seem to be correct when compared to what other teams are or aren't doing. I'm not sure how at the elementary level, my daughter is allowed to play basketball with a shared ball, but at the same time, my son was told to bring his own outdoor ball if he had one, but there would be no shared balls. I feel there is a huge lack of communication, information, and leadership among the administration when it comes to communicating protocols and having everyone on the same page. This went as far as student athlete on my son's team having one major COVID symptom, and my son was texted that the athletic director said boys volleyball was shut down for 2 weeks. This does not happen if protocols are written down, shared, and everyone is on the same page with leadership that makes sure everyone is informed correctly. It starts at the top and trickles down. While I supported the coach's decision to cancel practice until a test was confirmed as positive or negative, I feel this was not handled well. Science labs. Dr. Knox told the school board at the last meeting that science labs were back at Nordhoff. I also brought this up last month in the Parent Advisory Committee meeting, noting that there had been no communication from school administration or by the teachers with plans to bring students in. Since they'll be done for the year by January 22nd, if they haven't been given the opportunity yet, I am doubting they will get the opportunity.
That would be 3 minutes.
They are done with the class. And I think that's the last one.
Yes. So I will, if you give me just a moment, find my presentation. Share my screen.
I would like to, I mean, I don't know if you're going to say this, but point out that we're not making a decision tonight. Tonight is on the agenda because board members have asked to hear what the discussions have been so far. And we wanted to get community input of what do the communities feel, what are our students feeling? So that's what tonight is about.
Right, there actually isn't a decision really to make at this time. But I will give you an overview as I do every month since this has happened as part of where we are and where we're going. So just as a reminder, this is our return to campus plan that has been, that I shared with you on October 7th. It's the same plan, it hasn't changed. Distance learning at Matilaha and Nordhoff through the first semester, on-campus targeted assistance, and then we would extend that as needed. Our elementary schools returned with the AB schedule on November 2nd, and then Chaparral, as you just heard, and Summit, as you heard last month, have a modified return to campus in small cohorted pods. And I would say, you heard from Javier how the cohorted pods are difficult. That was how we were able to bring back Chaparral as a secondary program that normally would have rotating classes. So as you have heard by now, on Tuesday, Ventura County moved into the purple tier for COVID monitoring. When we met with public health last week, we actually thought it would take until the 24th. But if you've been watching anything at the state level, you can see that it is rapidly accelerating. They moved us essentially a week before we thought we would move, which was this week. So at this time, that has the following implications for us as a school district. So schools that have already opened may choose to stay open, or they may choose to close. Schools that are not open currently, as of moving to purple, may not open until we return to the red tier. And for schools that are not open, we're currently allowed to continue with the cohort model with specialized groups of 14 or fewer students who don't mix between pods. And so that's how we are able to keep athletics open on those school campuses. There are also new state changes, including recommended quarantine after out-of-state travel. And this is highly concerning to many of our elementary schools, which I'll talk about in just a moment. with the holidays coming up and concerned that families will travel and the potential safety impacts of that on our schools. So as some of the public comments pointed out, Ojai's numbers are different than the county. So you can see here, this came out yesterday. There's really two things here to look at. So this is there really should be a line kind of down the middle here. So this is the 7-day average case rate. And then this is the week before 7-day average case rate. So in Ojai, you can see Oakview is in yellow and Ojai is in orange with a 2.1. You can see we're some of the lowest communities here. And then on the right-hand side is the 7-day average positivity rate for the last week ending November 7th and the week before that. And so you can see for Ojai, we're in the yellow for both of those, and Oakview is in the yellow as well. However, the metrics are for the entire county. So the entire county is in purple. We have to follow the rules for the entire county. We can't open schools. We can't do things that we are not allowed to do in the purple tier, even though our community is different. So let's start with elementary schools. All of our elementary schools returned to campus on November 2nd, as I just mentioned. Around 80% of students are enrolled in the hybrid option, that AB schedule. I will say that the week before Thanksgiving this week, we have seen much lower attendance than we were seeing before as cases rise and as the news is talking about the increased risk. Some families are choosing to remain in distance learning, even if it's just for a short time. We've designed the hybrid option so that it's flexible. You can be in distance learning, you can come in person, you can switch back and forth. So if you feel like the week after Thanksgiving is, problematic, or if you travel over the week of Thanksgiving and you would follow the recommended quarantine, you can stay home on distance learning for 2 weeks, no problem. You just don't come and notify your school. So we continue to modify and adjust safety protocols as needed. We find little things that work better than other things. I would say our safety protocols, I am regularly following what other schools and districts are doing. And I meet with the superintendents at least every other week, if not weekly. And we talk about the protocols that we're doing, and we are in line with what everyone else is doing. And then we'll be issuing modified report cards at the elementary school in November. And Cheryl, do you want to just talk about this briefly?
Yeah, it was a little difficult to use our standard report card that we developed a few years ago in elementary because it is a standards-based report card. And so the standards, as we know, many of our students are experiencing learning loss from not being in school since last March. And on a 1, 2, 3, 4 scale, when you're looking at a current grade level standard, we knew a lot of our kids would be a little skewed into the level 1s and 2s, which would be expected given the circumstance. So instead of giving that report card, which isn't that meaningful, we've modified it to give information about what standard the students are currently working on and what standards they need to be working toward in the next few weeks. So it's slightly modified.
So looking forward for our elementary schools, with Ventura County in the purple tier, we're going to still keep our elementary schools open. And I would tell you our team has met a couple of times since this news came out to talk about what we should do. And we have the following kind of considerations: that our data shows no evidence of significant transmissions in elementary schools. That's not the case for middle and high schools. For secondary programs where students are switching, and also where students are potentially have more extracurricular activities outside of school that put them at higher risk. Our elementary schools, even in the purple tier, would be allowed to apply for a waiver to open for hybrid instruction. So for those districts that did not open their elementary schools, so I believe that Ventura Unified had a plan to open the week after Thanksgiving. Now that we're in purple, they actually have to apply for a waiver to continue with their reopening plans, but they are allowed to do so if their waiver is approved. And then, of course, as I just mentioned, Ojai's data is very different. So at this time, we have agreed to keep our elementary schools open. But what is really, really critical to that is that families who travel for the holidays follow the quarantining rules and follow the social distancing rules. So I'll just share, I was supposed to go to Kansas to see my family. I canceled my own trip because I would have had to quarantine. So my husband, who's superintendent, we both would have had to quarantine for 2 weeks, and we just can't afford to do that. So we are staying home for Thanksgiving, and it's going to be great. So we would hope that our families are considerate, and if quarantining is required, that they would choose to do so and can do so without any penalty. So secondary, as we've alluded to for the last few months, is just a lot more challenging. We have issues with indoor spaces. So as I have said repeatedly, our indoor spaces at the high school will not accommodate even 50% of students. So if we were to have an A-B model, we could not accommodate all students. And when we get to the high school section, I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also struggle, like in some instances, there's some suggestions that we could just erect outdoor spaces. I would say there's a number of issues with that. We have requirements for constructing outdoor spaces. We have the Field Act and the Department of School Architecture that we have to follow those rules. Also, sometimes outside is not a great learning environment. I was just talking to somebody who was saying, you know, she goes to yoga in the park, and she said, it's really uncomfortable at 8 a.m. to be outside, even right now. And so when it's rainy, when it's windy, when it's cold, we could not guarantee that students would have access to outdoor space for being taught. Also, that is a bargainable, working conditions are part of our bargaining, and this time we don't know that we would be able to get agreement to teach outside from all of our staff. We also have substitute issues.
Tiffany?
Yes.
Could I had asked you this, and it would be a good probably time for you to publicly talk about it because so many people are interested in the outdoor space. So the MOU that we'll be discussing later actually has a provision saying that the teachers have agreed to, I guess, can you explain, like that's not, I guess, a commitment to teach outside, but it basically says it's possible that they would teach outside?
It's our commitment to allowing them to teach outside if that's what the teacher feels comfortable with, but it's not a requirement to do so. So there's a difference. And this isn't really in effect right now, but you know, our regular contract, which is not necessarily superseded by the MOU in all the instances, has a cap around, I think it's 90 degrees, that teachers would not have to, that should not teach in an environment that's warmer than 90 degrees, which sometimes, and if this continued, it could be, right? Not necessarily right now, but it would have been earlier in the school year. So substitute issues, we are out of substitutes. I think Angie was sharing this yesterday. She needed to go to something and could not find a substitute. We have many teachers who are out on leave in the district, either for maternity leave or other health issues. They're on leave. So our substitute pool, which is already diminished because some substitutes don't want to work with students in person due to health issues, that is greatly decreased because we have many of our regular substitutes are in long-term substitute positions. And so we don't even have enough substitutes for elementary, let alone at middle and high school if we had to quarantine students. So I would just say this is not only us, this is every single district. This is up and down the state. Everyone is struggling with this. What we are proposing to do right now to help with this is guaranteeing work for substitutes. So one of the things that makes it hard as a substitute is that you don't have guaranteed work. And so you may take other jobs that have guaranteed work for you because you have a reliable schedule. So what we are doing and what many other districts are doing is guaranteeing work. So, you know, you will work 4 days a week. And if you are not substituting in classroom, we will add you to ABC Club or have you doing tutoring or something else. So that may entice some substitutes. We are offering to pay for the CBEST, which is the test that you have to take. So if you have a 4-year degree, then you just need to take the CBEST to qualify as a substitute. There's actually it's hard to take the CBEST right now, but there are a couple of seatings, one in December and one in January. So we will pay for the CBEST. And then finally, we are encouraging teachers to take student teachers, so that if you have a student teacher and if you as a teacher are out, your student teacher can substitute for you during that time. So our university partners are looking for places for student teachers. And so I think by taking on student teachers, we can utilize them and then free up the subs that we do have for other subbing. So we have a few different strategies that we're trying, but this will continue to be an issue just across the board.
On the substitute issue, it would seem the logical problem would be, you know, in-person instruction, as you indicated, some people just not feeling comfortable doing it. But are we having broader issues with just substitutes even for the remote learning? Because I've had at least one experience lately when one of the teachers was not, was not available and there was no substitute.
Yeah, that is, yes, because some of our substitutes are also not comfortable with technology, right? And the Canvas platform, as you heard in the public comments, is hard to learn. I would tell you, Moore Park Unified, that opened on October 21st, they have just told their families, I believe in all grades, but I'm not sure, but at least at their secondary level, and they are the only ones that are really fully open at secondary, they have just told their families, if your teacher is out, you will be on distance learning. We won't have a substitute. So if we don't have if your teacher is not available for whatever reason, because they have the flu or whatever, then that morning you find out that you're on distance learning and you don't come to campus.
And also with substitutes, it sounds like we are competitively priced for substitutes, that we are not losing substitutes to other districts because we don't pay as well.
Right.
But we are competitively recruiting subs at this time.
Yeah, we did an analysis to see if we had a lower pay rate for substitutes, but we are actually $10 higher, $10 a day higher than Ventura Unified, equivalent with Pleasant Valley, higher than both Santa Paula, Simi, and Oxnard. So there's also deep considerations about the effect on instructional time and quality. And I'm going to show you a slide in just a moment about some of the gives and takes that we have to consider as we move forward. But you also heard it from the teachers in public comment about we're concerned, and part of the reason that we didn't switch mid-semester is about the loss of instructional time and just the quality of instruction. And then also quarantining issues, which I'll show you in just a moment. So right now, only one public high school in all of Ventura County has fully returned to campus in a hybrid model. There is another high school that's doing a kind of pilot combo class thing, but it's not a full return in any way, shape, or form. These issues are real and pervasive among large campuses with multiple classes. And I know that private schools are open. I would say that they, in some cases, are following different regulations. And in other cases, they just naturally have smaller class sizes, less people on campus, or their students live on campus. And so it's easier, they're effectively all quarantined together. And so it is fair to compare us to other public high schools. And I would say in Moore Park, they have, my understanding is there has not been a week yet where they haven't had multiple classes quarantined and at home on distance learning. So it's kind of a constant cycle of quarantining. So just to show you what that looks like, you've seen this before, but I just want to remind you because it's real. In the top box there, let's say that we have students who come to math, and let's say that we have half of the students or fewer than half of the students are in class, but one student in that class, it tests positive, comes to school, and then later tests positive. 16 students then who were in the class would, including the teacher actually, would become confirmed exposures, and then they would have to be quarantined. And then if those students who were in that class go to, let's say, 2 different English classes, but really they go to all kinds of other classes, those students would have to be quarantined because they would then be confirmed exposure. So it escalates really, really quickly. And as I mentioned, having to quarantine the teachers, then everybody is on distance learning. And what do you do if you're, on campus and your second period teacher is quarantined, but you have first and third period? Then we have to find a place for you to come to class. We have to have a substitute for you to sit in class and do your distance learning with the teacher who's at home. So it just becomes difficult. As you may know, we had a positive student this week on campus, and we quarantined the one pod that student was in contact with. But if we had been in class, we would have had many, many more quarantines. So as we're working on this, one of the things that we are talking about is what do we need to accomplish with the schedule? And it's really difficult. We cannot do everything that needs to be done in a perfect manner and meet all of the requirements. There has to be give and take. And so part of our question is, what do we give up in exchange for what we need? And so we've been kind of talking about what are the critical parts of a schedule. And our team, our return to campus team at both middle school and high school, agrees that daily contact for all students is important and is in fact the intention of the law right now in distance learning, that there's daily contact. And we have noticed a huge difference from spring to fall when kids are seeing their teachers every day and they have that daily routine, the daily schedule, the daily connection. We also, if we have kids in person, we want to make sure that we have quality in-person instruction. So we've talked a lot about live streaming. I have talked to other people who are live streaming from in person to home, and we talked about that. We actually had some teachers pilot that. It did not go particularly well, and they felt like it was not great in-person instruction for the students who are there. Because if you're trying to live stream, you have to stand in one place. You are just doing direct instruction. Your students who are there in person can't be doing labs, they can't be doing activities. And part of the value of having students on campus is so that they can meet and talk to each other and do labs and do hands-on activities, which doesn't translate very well to live streaming. So you would have kids on campus, but the entire time you would say, stop talking to each other because we're, trying to live stream. So it deteriorates the quality of in-person instruction. Both of our middle school and high school teams are not in favor at this time and believe that we don't have the technology to be able to really do this effectively. We also want to make sure that we have equivalent, not equal, but equivalent instructional quality for students who want or need to stay on distance learning. So we don't want to punish students who, may need to stay home because they have asthma or they have a grandparent at home or they have something at home that doesn't allow them to come back in person. They still need to have access to a quality education. So we have to serve our students in distance learning as well as our students who are in person. One thing that we have right now that's really important is student support time. So this looks like office hours or individual meeting and tutoring. And for our kids who are, need assistance, this time with the teacher to ask questions is really important. And then of course we need transition time and breaks. And then we need adequate prep time for teachers because this is so much harder than in person and takes so much more time. And if you are a teacher and you're doing both in-person instruction and distance learning, that's really twice as much prep. So we have to make sure that we accommodate all of that. So it seems like you could fit all of this into a day, but it gets really tricky. And so if you add one more time to one component, you end up having to take time away from another component. And so trying to balance this in our schedule is the work that we're doing right now. So let's talk about Matilaha. So we're continuing to bring students on campus for academic support and enrichment activities. But I understand that not all students have had access to this yet. We are continuing to add classes where we can. Again, in terms of the schedule, our teachers they're doing distance learning teaching every day with kids during their schedules. So really the time that they have available is their student support period. And if they have students who need student support during that time, then they don't necessarily have the time to bring students on in another way. And so we're working on how we can accommodate that, how we can add time, maybe add additional people, and I'll talk about that at the high school model. So, but we do have classes. We have students in special day classes are on campus. Our English learners are on campus. Students who need individual tutoring can come to that student support time and meet with their teacher in person if that's what they need. Students who need internet access can come to campus. We have individual and sectional coaching in band and music. We have mental health and counseling. One thing that we learned that makes sense now is if, we have really great online mental health and counseling services, but if you're a student, you might not want to have that conversation if people are in your home, right? You might not want to have that conversation in front of your parents or in front of your brother and sister or over Zoom. So we have students can come to campus, do their virtual mental health and counseling, but from a quiet, private location where they can have those conversations that they need. Scholars Club, which is our invitation only for students who need additional support based on their grades and academic performance. And then we have athletic practice and conditioning at the middle school that follows the tiered return to athletics protocol. At first quarter, we had 16% of students on honor roll and 33% on principal's honor roll, which is consistent with last year. Our percentage of D and F students at the first quarter is very slightly higher than last year at first trimester. And it could potentially be because first quarter is shorter than first trimester, right? So for students, they have less time. I would say that today I was actually on a statewide call with other administrators, and most school districts, the majority of school districts are experiencing massive D and F rates. So in some cases, someone today in my meeting was saying 300% and 400% what they've had before. And so although distance learning is definitely not perfect, we have worked very, very hard to ensure that our students are not failing at higher rates than they did when we were in person. And we spend a lot of time talking about that. Due to staffing issues, we have to revisit the structure of the Scholars Club. So we have had kids coming on campus. We lost 2 of our instructors for Scholars Club, and then we had another teacher go out with an injury, and so we have to take our last person as a long-term substitute, and so we have to come up with a new plan. After at the middle school, athletics will be taking a break the week after Thanksgiving, just so we have that kind of extra time for quarantining. In-person drumline will start a week after Thanksgiving break. We are developing a tiered grade recovery plan to be rolled out in December to support academically struggling kids, so beyond the Scholars Club. Our Return to Campus Committee has been meeting weekly to develop a schedule, and we are getting very close on that. The nice thing at Matilaha is we actually have room, so we can bring back students in an A-B hybrid schedule effectively, which is much harder at the high school. And then we've talked a lot about transportation. We have limited resources in terms of our buses. We cannot fit all students on the bus and follow the protocol. But what we would like to do is build a schedule to bus as many middle school students as we can when we do return to campus. The reason for that is our high school students are more likely to be able to walk or drive or be independent. Our elementary students are more likely to live in the neighborhood. Our Matilaha students generally do not live in the neighborhood of the school. It is not necessarily safe for them to walk, and they're not necessarily independent in terms of having a sixth grader walk across town for a long way. So we're working to use our transportation resources for middle school kids.
Tiffany, on the subject of music, as you know, I'm always interested in that. Is the in-person drumline that will start after Thanksgiving, is that the only in-person music currently offered at Matilla, or is there something else going on?
We have individual and sectional coaching in band.
In person?
Yes. I would share that one of the things that is hard about this is because we only have, so say for example, I'm not picking on music, but let's say music, we have a music teacher. If that music teacher or a science teacher of a particular science class has an accommodation to work from home, they are not bringing students back in campus, right? If they have, and we made accommodations, that was part of our MOU, to allow people who had a variety of different conditions, including health concerns of their family members, or who had childcare issues that they could not solve because their childcare places were closed or their childcare providers were not available. We allowed them to work from home while we're in distance learning. So while we are still in distance learning, they may not be available for on-campus in-person activities. We want as many as possible to be, but they do not have to be at this time, given where we are in the stage of returning to campus and our MOU. So looking at, I don't know why this slide is here. It doesn't belong there. I moved it around to the wrong place. So let's talk about Nordhoff. We are continuing to bring students back on campus at Nordhoff. The same way, academic support, enrichment activities, we have special education. And I would say not all of these meet all the time. They could have just been on campus once, but we are doing our best to provide opportunities for students to be on campus if they need to be for a particular activity. As Sophie mentioned, dance, right? They're filming a video, you have the opportunity to come and do that in person. You may choose not to, but you can. So auto, welding, we still have athletics, conditioning, and practice, which I'll talk a little bit more about. We had in-person CPR training for our students who are in the emergency medical responder class. You cannot do that online. We have ceramics opportunities, a dance opportunity so far, tutoring for students. We have a club, esports, that is meeting in person. It seems like that's one of the few clubs that would be distance learning, but they have to build their computers. So they're coming in person to build their computers. Greater Good Leadership class meets in person. We have on-campus library or internet access. We just gave the SAT in person, and we are working very hard to coordinate a senior picture, which is really incredibly difficult, but we're trying to work on doing that. So just in terms of our academics, looks very, very similar to middle school. We have a high percentage of students who are on honor roll or principal's honor roll. And then our percentage of students with D's and F's at first quarter is literally identical to last year's rate. So we're really proud of that, that work. And then finally, looking forward at Nordhoff, some athletics programs will be taking a break the week after Thanksgiving. They had already planned to do that. Our on-campus science labs have been very hard to get started. And I would just share with you that same staffing issue. We have 5 science teachers, 2 are on maternity leave, and 2 are working from home, full or part-time on accommodations. So it's been really hard to have science meet in person. We all want to do it. We just have not been able to make that happen. But the good news is we have hired an additional staff person who will be able to support a former science teacher who's willing to come on campus and do these in-person labs. So we just ran into some roadblocks that caused us a little bit of time, but we're committed to finding a solution. And so we hope to get that started as soon as possible.
Is there any tentative timeline on that?
I'm not sure. We just literally found that solution yesterday, so we have not worked out those details.
Is there any specific plan for those athletic teams that are taking a break after Thanksgiving when they're coming back?
It depends on the specific program. So programs set their own schedule. So
I think
some
volleyball's actually starting at that point, actually, I think, right?
some teams have decided to take a break, some have not. They set their own schedule.
Is there anywhere where we or parents can find out what those sports are and what they're like? Somebody made a comment about communication being.
So I'm going to show you in just a moment our website and what's on our website. But in general, because a lot of our coaches are walk-on coaches and they're not district employees, they communicate in different ways. So some coaches might use Remind and some coaches might use Parent Square if they have access. Everyone can set up access, but some coaches it's easier. So it really is communicated through the individual coach, the schedule, those kinds of things. They have the autonomy to set up their programs. It's part of their job duties. So, but I'll show you what we have district-wide on the website. Our Return to Campus Committee at the high school has been meeting weekly on possible schedules for when we return. The huge issue at Nordhoff is that we have many classes where we cannot fit more than 12 students in a class. And the other issue is just the distance from the teachers. If you think about it, if the teacher's at the front of the room, we have to have 6 feet between the first row of students. And it's just not possible space-wise to accommodate in an A-B schedule. So we've been looking at several schedules that meet all of those criteria that I shared at the beginning, where we have quality in-person, quality distance learning, we have transition time, all of those things. And I would say I've seen the schedules for other high schools and secondary schools that are trying to start, and like, they're crazy. There's a lot of things that people are trying to make work. But in my thing I was on today, the other superintendent who's from Palo Alto, they have not opened their secondary. San Bernardino today just announced that their secondary students are staying out through the entire school year. The superintendent I was talking to does not think he can bring back his students in secondary. Yuba and Sutter counties, their public health is actually shutting down their middle and high schools, which is a restrictive beyond the purple tier, because they were already open, but they're shutting them down because high school kids are going to parties and, not following safety protocols. And so the county public health is actually shutting those schools down. So, I know we really want to be on campus. We want our kids back. It would be so much easier to just say, like, everyone come on campus. All teachers have to be on campus. And we're just going to, bring you all back. It's just logistically not possible to do that. And so we are working so hard to try and find ways that we can accommodate the best model for students, and also to accommodate our teachers. Because if our teachers choose not to come back, we don't have more teachers to fill their spots with. So I also am really aware of the unfairness of all of this, right? It's unfair for our seniors, massively unfair. It's unfair for our seniors who are in college right now. It's unfair that kids in private schools have a different experience than our kids in public schools. And I hate all of that. And we are doing our best to solve the problems. And can we do better? Of course. And every day we try and work a little bit harder and try and find better ways that we can improve this experience for everyone. So other actions just to share with you, we are beginning our COVID staff protocols. So the state recommends that we test 25% of staff every 2 weeks. They don't require it, but we are health insurance providers, CISC, who you'll hear a little bit from later, or hear mentioned later. They have done this really amazing thing where they are providing at-home tests for our employees. And so those first kits should go out in the mail to 88 employees. next week. They take it at home, they send it in the mail, and they get their test results back. So we will be testing 25%. We'll continue every few weeks to get those tested out for staff. We only have to pay for the employees that don't have healthcare. Everyone else is free. There are only a few districts in the county that have access to this, and I'm really grateful that Ojai Unified is part of SISC and that we're part of this program. So we also got flu shots. We had flu shots for employees last week at Nordhoff and at the district office, free flu shot clinic, because one of the things that healthcare professionals are worried about is the twindemic. So having the flu, which makes people sick, makes healthy people sick, and then COVID, which generally attacks people who are health compromised. And so you could start with the flu and quickly move to COVID. And so the flu shot this year is important for many people. So we wanted to be able to offer that to our employees on campus so they didn't have to go anywhere else to get it.
Tiffany, can I ask a quick question about the testing? So you're taking it at home and mailing it in. By the time it's mailed in and tested and the results given to them, it's kind of a useless test from what we've been hearing, right?
I think it takes 2 days. I heard from a superintendent of another district that has it, and she took it and she sent it in, got her results back in 2 days.
So it's
That's correct, Tiffany. This is Mark Lowenthal. That's correct.
Thank you, Mark. Mark is going to be talking to us later about healthcare and works closely with SISC and jumped in to share that.
Thank you.
And then just one more other thing. You heard in the public comments that we are losing students, and I would actually just like to share that we are up 10 students from October.
In the district or at the high school?
In the district. The high school is holding steady, and we're up 10 students across the district. We were down 1% from last year, which is frankly much better than what most districts are seeing, 2 to 5% lower enrollment this year. And we were at 1%, and then we've gained 10 students. So
I just wanted to say, and people may not like what I have to say, but I'll say it anyway. Many of you may not know that I am also a parent of students in the district, and I am the parent of a senior and the parent of a freshman. And so I completely understand the sentiment that I'm hearing from the public about the missed opportunities. As a working mom, also coming home every day to my kids and hearing over and over again, this is killing me, Mom. This is really hard. As a parent, I totally get it, and I empathize with all of you. I didn't mean to get emotional, sorry. It's hard to see our seniors miss out on so much. And not just the bonding of it, but the opportunity to learn their independence so that next year when they graduate, they're ready to go. They're ready to leave the nest, and they're not getting those opportunities, and it's crushing. And it's really hard to see our freshmen not know where their school is, not know what the classrooms look like, not be on campus and not have that bond to campus. And I'm also the aunt of students at Matilaha, and part of a family that has to jump in and help each other out because everybody's got working parents, and the kids are doing a lot on their own and need the support. And so I thank everybody out there for their comments and for expressing the need to get our kids back on campus. But I also want to say how crushing it is to go on social media and see our kids' friends going to parties and families having parties, and how frustrating it is that I can't look the teachers in the eye and say they'll be safe, because I don't know what students are doing and what they're bringing on campus. And I wanted to be really frustrated and upset with families. And I take a deep breath and go, wait a second, Shell, look at yourself here. And so I'm taking stock of what my family is doing. How are we participating in the community? What precautions are we really sticking to our bubble the way I think we are? Are we really making sure that we are being as safe as we can be and being responsible citizens so that our kids can come back onto campus? And I'm really having to take stock of my own actions. And like you, Tiffany, said, totally rearranging whether we see family at Christmas and at Thanksgiving. Really, I hope that everybody out there will do the same and take stock of what they are doing and in our whole county, because I totally recognize that Ojai doesn't have the numbers that others do, but our county really needs to take stock. And if we aren't all willing to jump in and take our responsibility and do our part, I don't know how I can look teachers in the eye and say, please come back and teach our kids. So I'm really, I guess that's a plea that we all take personal responsibility for this and do what we can to stop the spread. So thank you, that was all.
Thank you, Shelley. I think that's important. I know my family too, we had plans for Thanksgiving that we've totally changed, and I hope there's a lot of people who are doing that. I have a couple of questions. I'd like Sophie and Elizabeth to get their last little comments in so that they can go back to homework. But I just want to throw out some ideas. So this isn't any kind of a roadmap. It's just, it's all over the map. And after having talked to the students on Sunday, there are certain desires. And of course, this is a group of 8 students. It's going to be different with every group, but either are we too big, Tiffany, to really work kind of individually with teachers and work out something? Let's take dance as an example. Work with Kim Hoy and say, what are you comfortable with? What would work best for your students? Just not saying, okay, we're going to do that, but sort of have this list of this works for this teacher, this works for because I do feel like there's a lot of teachers and a lot of parents who are feeling very comfortable with the distance learning for a lot of classes. And I think that we're feeling like if we go off the rails of that distance learning, we're going to be losing learning. So is there a way to keep, 70% of what we're doing? So rather the hybrid bring everything's A and B, maybe the hybrid is kind of like sports are. Well, we can play this, or we can bring dance on because she's willing to do it in the gym, or she's willing to meet a group, kind of like the music program. They're just bringing the oboes. And so we don't have any oboes, but they're just bringing the drummers. So it's not quite the same. It's not, you're meeting 3 times a week or twice a week in every class, but it's something. Are we too big for that?
And I would say that's the direction that our work is heading on the Return to Campus Committee. Not ready to share it yet, but that's somewhat of where we've come to as really one of the few options that's viable to meet all of those things, those priorities that I was talking about.
I like that idea. I'm glad you brought that up, Jane. I think there are classes that lend themselves better to distance learning and others that it would be great if we could get kids in small groups on campus that way.
Sophie?
I actually have a question for Sophie and Elizabeth. There has been some, how can I put this, skepticism expressed that students can maintain safety protocols, masking and distancing. I'm just wondering what you think about your colleagues. What do you think about that?
I think talking to a majority of seniors that if it means we can finish this year slightly more normal than it is right now, I think my friends and I would do anything needed to do that, honestly. And I think that you could hold at least the people I've talked to and most of the senior class, I'd hope, accountable to follow that and to do that, because it really does mean a lot. And obviously, I mean, everyone's putting in so much work and that's really appreciated. But I think that, honestly, truthfully saying, I think that the senior class, or at least the majority, would be able to do that because of how important these last couple months are going to be.
I am on the cross country team at the moment. Our practices have been canceled though. And honestly, it can go both ways. If someone's feeling sick, they won't go, or they'll wear their mask the entire time, but usually they just won't go. Although there are other sports who do not wear their mask or social distance at all. So it's difficult to rely on teenagers to be safe outside of school. And as someone on a sport, it's difficult to see it because I want to keep practicing, but we do have to take into account that we're in a global pandemic, and if we have to cancel, we have to cancel. And I also don't think that people realize how bad it is and how fast cases are rising and the severity of it. So sometimes people don't take it seriously.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think
Well, I would just echo. I think, more broadly than Jane's particular example, is sort of behind the scenes here. Each of us has had, especially those of us with kids in the age groups of high school, middle school, we're having all sorts of experience in our lives that aren't all associated with Ojai Unified School District. Jane, you even run a school. So, we see all sorts of ways of trying to return kids to some sense of normalcy. As you know, Tiffany, I've brought it up to you many times, is how passionate I am about the idea that the sports model is particularly good for returning kids to some sense of normalcy because of the discipline associated with sports, and that kids are already in that environment used to kind of being regimented. And I think we saw one of the comments mentioned, but Carson Brown and the team at Matilla, I think, are doing a wonderful job because they're actually returning kids to sports in a very safe environment. Plus, they're accommodating lots of kids. I mean, I think Carson took over coaching at least one team so that lots of kids can do it, because that's the whole point, is to get as many kids to be able to get out of that little, distance learning hole as possible. So, having heard from the teachers and hearing the teachers' concerns, I went back and forth an email today with one of my really good friends, who's a high school teacher at Nordhoff. And I think we mutually respect each other, and we were sort of pushing each other, to sort of force each other to sort of make our points and justify them. I don't think anyone on this board, anyone in the administration, is going to force or try to force teachers to do something that they don't want to do. But what I hope is that, like along the lines of what Jane said, we can be creative and find as many avenues, because I really do believe it is a crisis for the families of kids that are not getting out into the world in sports or any other environment. We as a school district really need to do everything we can to help and get them. I mean, it's not a cliche to say that, we are social animals. Human beings are social animals, and kids are especially social animals. We have to try and feed that.
I would like to mention one other thing, Sophie. I think you had mentioned it in our meeting on Sunday, is that if Thanksgiving and Christmas become these super spreader events and we cannot open on January 25th for the high school, that we absolutely do not do what the district you mentioned, Tiffany, which is decided, well, we're just distance learning for the rest of the year. That we take it, you have been wonderful about that in this fall. You said month by month, we promise, we'll be ready, especially for the seniors to say, you know what, it's not January 25th, but if that vaccine comes through and our county settles down, our seniors are coming back, March 1st or whatever, so that they can finish in a way that's meaningful.
Yeah, I'm just going to chime in. I know that there was some, I also would like us to be poised and prepared if we can. I know that there's been some feedback that the ping ponging is killing people, right? I mean, back and forth. Yes, we're ready. Now we're not. Yes, we are. And it's doing the same thing to us at work. But I kind of resonate with what Kevin said. I think it's worth the risk to get whatever face time we can get. I am painfully aware that most schools who have tried this have within weeks had consequences. And I get it. But I know it puts a burden on Tiffany and the staff and the teachers, and they're already burdened, but I would echo the hope that we can stay as flexible and nimble as possible and somehow capitalize on our small size to do what nobody else is able to do right now.
Yeah, if I could just say, I think I agree with a lot of what I've heard because, hopefully we get a vaccine. Hopefully the numbers stabilize in the county to the level of Ojai. But the likelihood of this disease ever going away completely is almost zero. I think the only disease that's ever been eradicated is smallpox. And so it's going to be with us probably forever. And I think there needs to be some way that we can address this in the way that you have, the way that our administration and teachers have in looking at solutions and where are the risks. Can we manage the risks? There's a risk to meeting in person in terms of spreading the disease. There's a risk to not meeting in terms of the emotional, distress and challenges that students and families are going through. So there are a lot of risks. There's not a single right answer in my mind. And so we just have to continue to struggle with this. And what I think is fantastic is there has been an ongoing conversation between administration and the teachers to try to come to agreements about what everybody views as safe. And it's not a one size fits all discussion. The elementaries are doing one thing, the middle school another, the two high schools are doing different things because the situations are different. So I'm really pleased to see that. But you look at the extremes, and I can't go a whole meeting with arguing against myself. But if we put people in a position where somebody dies or multiple people die because of the decisions we've made, that's a terrible thing. On the other hand, there are risks in life, and we need to manage those risks, understand them, and live our lives, because these kinds of challenges, they're different challenges for every generation, for every person, and I think we're learning a lot of lessons. So even though we're maybe not learning the lessons that we want to learn, we're learning lessons. And I just hope we can continue to do the things that we're doing, and hopefully strive to get everyone back on campus and working together and enjoying things to the fullness as quickly as possible. Anyway, thanks.
Sophie?
I just wanted to add one last thing. Thank you all so much for just acknowledging the challenges and everything and all the work that everyone is putting into this. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to mention, finally, I kind of brought this up a little bit in the beginning, but we have heard a lot about sports, and that is super important to a lot of students. But I just wanted to bring up as well the performing arts and the arts side of everything. And some performing arts, like just logistically and safely without an easily accessible vaccine, can't happen. Like, we can't get a full jazz band together. We can't get a full choir together. These things just aren't safe. But I feel like the performing arts that are safe and can be done and can find solutions for should be getting some attention and some importance placed upon that. And I appreciate seeing dance in that slideshow, and what we're doing at Matilaha is really interesting. And I'm excited to see what we decide to do next semester, since more of the arts electives are going to be offered next semester at the high school. But I just wanted to bring back into consideration the importance that the arts have just as much as reopening sports do.
Sophie, I would like to clarify, when I talk about sports, I'm talking about the sports model. So I would actually envision like dance being a perfect example of something that could follow a sports model, in that, you're like a team and you have certain protocols and you're going to do certain things every single time you show up, all of the COVID ready kinds of protocols. It's that environment that I'm talking about. The creation of that kind of regimentation, which I think kids are actually pretty good at.
And I would say we have that ability right now. Any teacher is welcome to do that. We've been encouraging teachers to do that. Some are able to and some are not, but there's no prohibition against any teacher bringing back groups of kids. As you heard, ceramics is currently doing that because it's hard to do ceramics online. Welding and auto. So all teachers have that ability and are encouraged to. There's just a variety of reasons why that might or might not work, but there's no reason from a regulations or from our perspective in administration why that can't happen. But we are also deeply considerate of people's own personal concerns and what's happening in their life. And, we have a teacher who is a caretaker for his father with cancer and, doesn't want to bring back groups of kids because he will not be able to take care of his father. And he does not want to bring that to his dad. And I am not in a position right now of making him do that. And so I know that's hard for kids and I know it hurts kids. And it's just like the schedule piece. There are gives and takes, right? And right now, since we are committed to distance learning, this is our give. There may be a time where we say, you have to come back to serve kids. And that then we will deal with what that looks like for that individual or other individuals. But right now, we've said, we encourage you, if you are able to bring kids back in whatever way, that might be just one-on-one. And many teachers are doing that. And until we are at a place where we're saying, now is the time, you have to, then that's a give that we've conceded.
I think it's also important to note that, Kevin, if you do performing arts in a sports model, that the teachers respect, the teachers demand that the students follow those rules, because I do see, we all have our own comfort zone. When are you going to run that yellow light? Are you going to cross the street when a car is coming? It's different. I mean, my husband and I always joke about, he'll cross the street and I'll be standing on the other side because I wasn't comfortable yet. But if you're in class, you can't just say, well, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable going to the staff lounge and not having my mask on. No, you have to wear your mask, because there's other people going to the staff lounge who need to know it's safe there. You have to make your students follow those rules, and you have to keep them distance. Just because, it's sort of like that whatever denominator needs the most protection, that's what we all have to respect. And I think that people are way more comfortable coming back if they know that's happening.
I would just share one more thing. I said I would share this, and then I did not. Just really quickly, here's our Return to Athletics page. We added a button on our homepage, and you can see this has the Return to Athletics plan. It has the phase. It has health and safety protocols, daily check-in procedures, pulse oxygen, infrared, etc. All of these. I would say, we had an earlier scare of sorts like a month ago. And at that time, the requirements from Ventura County Public Health about when you quarantine and what's a close contact had literally just changed within a day or two of that. And so as this becomes unfortunately more common, we will be more and more comfortable with our protocols, but we are still in a place as a community, because it's so rare here, that if there is even a rumor of a student being sick with COVID-like symptoms, that causes panic in teams and coaches and teachers and so forth, right? And so part of our job is to both keep families and students safe and also to control the panic. And so we really rely on our healthcare professionals, our relationship with Ventura County Public Health. We call them, they give us guidance. But if there is a coach or a teacher who felt like what I'm doing right now is not safe for me or my students, they may shut that program down for that, for whatever time. And so we want to be safe. And I would say it's very hard to be equal during this time, but we do our best to establish protocols that apply to everyone, and then give people the autonomy to make decisions around their own safety if they need to. But we do have all of this information on our Return to Athletics page at this time.
And we're still waiting to hear from CIF on some of this, I'm assuming. Where is CIF?
So yes and no. Yes, CIF is, the statewide agency that determines a lot of this. But Ventura County Public Health has the ultimate say. So if CIF said, you are good to practice, and Ventura County Public Health said, no, you're not, to compete, we would not compete, even if statewide CIF said it was okay. So it's there's multiple layers of this. And I know that CIF has been working with the health officials, the state public health officials, to, try and prevent that. But the other thing that's complicated is, let's say, for example, in our league, we have Oak Park, Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Oxnard Union School, and Carpinteria. Well, obviously Carpinteria is in a different county. So they might have a different tier, or they might have different regulations, or they might have a different public health agency decision. And so it gets very complicated very quickly in terms of what that looks like. So yes, we're still waiting. Even if that comes out, then we still have to wait for Ventura County Public Health and their decree, blessing.
I would just like to say, in terms of that athletic page that you showed us, in the future, as we talk about better ways to communicate with students, I would love to, figure out better ways for coaches to communicate with families.
Are there any final thoughts, questions, concerns before we take a quick break and then move on in our agenda? If not, it's 8:36 right now, so let's come back by 8:45 or 8:40. 8:45. See you then.
Before we leave, I just want to thank Sophie and Elizabeth for their very professional contributions tonight. Run for something when you graduate.
Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you, Michael. And Sophie and Elizabeth, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Looks like we're almost all back. All right, it looks like we're all here. Are we all here? I can't quite see everybody in one go. Oh, there we are. Thank you. Good, we're all back. So we are now at 6.1, which is the adoption of the consent calendar. Do we have a motion to approve the consent?
I'll move to approve. I would like to thank the J. Reed Foundation for their contribution to the
Thank you
family.
for doing that, Jane. I had a note there that
You usually do it.
I usually do it, and I have a note to myself to do it and still managed to miss it. But thank you for the donation to the family fund. It's much, much appreciated.
I'll second the motion to approve.
Thank you, Jane and Thane.
And the thank you for whatever that's worth.
All in favor, Michael?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Thane?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. That passes unanimously. 6.2.1 is the addition of the health savings account option for our employees.
So I would like to thank Mark for being here late. I'm sure you've been to board meetings before, so this might have happened once or twice to you, but I still want to acknowledge and appreciate your patience. Mark is, I just turned my page. Mark, it comes to us from SEAC. Board members, if you remember, we joined SEAC, which is the School Employers Association of California, a few months ago so that we would have access to this kind of service, which being small, sometimes we don't have a dedicated person to do all of our benefits and benefits analysis. So we joined SEAC. Mark, who is a healthcare consultant, worked with us and did an analysis of all of our healthcare benefits and absolutely assures us that CISC, which is our insurance pool, is the best place with the best price that we could be. It's interesting. I was talking to another superintendent who happens to live in my house, and he was saying, "Gosh, I wish that we could get into CISC, but they can't." So good for us for being in there. And so Mark has done a lot of work with us. We have been working on this option of a health savings account for, gosh, a couple of months now. We've had many meetings with both our, with our union folks. And so this is the next step. Our goal would be to add this option in January. And even though open enrollment happens in October, because of the nature and the structure of the way that this works with the deductible, it's on a calendar year. And so we would start this in January. Employees could enroll in December so that the deductible, they only pay once. If we started it in October, they would pay for this year and next year. So that's kind of our timing. We're on a little bit of a tight timeline to make this happen, but I'm impressed we're even trying it during COVID. So here we go. So Mark has a PowerPoint that I will pull up and we will walk through together the purpose of the HSA. And I would say it's fairly complicated. I've heard this several times already, and I still did not feel comfortable to give this entirely by myself tonight. So for our employees, we'll be doing some informational meetings after tonight with them so that they can help get their heads wrapped around it, because it's new and different for all of us. And I have lost my window. So Mark, if you have anything you want to say while I pull up your PowerPoint, that would be great.
Mark, you're muted, so we can't hear you yet.
Only to say I've been to, thank you for that, to longer board meetings.
Oh, good.
And it's nice to virtually meet you all. I think Tiffany had a nice summary. The one thing that we found when we did the analysis is that you're not quite taking advantage of all the benefits that SISC provides to school districts. And one of the advantages is the ability to offer numerous plan designs to your members. And this can be done without harming any of the members that have chosen existing plan designs. So the first effort relative to this, and again, if you think of your membership as similar to any other membership, every year there's about 15 to 20% of us in any health plan that don't need our health plan. Now, I know that changes a little bit this year with COVID, but in general, this is an actuarial fact of school workers really statewide. And so you have three really wonderful plans. You have an Anthem PPO and an Anthem HMO and a Kaiser HMO. And I've listed the costs of those per month next to each. But if we think of your membership as, again, a group of individuals, they don't all have the same needs. And so since you can add additional medical plans, we thought that this might be beneficial to a certain subset of members, which could then actually save some money for the district and provide a very nice savings opportunity to a subset of your members. This typically works well with healthier members, but still, this is called a health savings account qualified plan. It's a PPO plan, which is similar in most ways to the PPO plan you currently offer. But this costs much less, about $331 a month less, almost $4,000 less annually.
To the district.
For the district, that's right. The district is paying, in virtually all cases, the full amount of the premium dollars to SISC. And so when we advise districts, we would prefer to keep some of that money within the district and within the members. And so, again, this just seemed to be a logical alternative to consider. And as Tiffany has mentioned, we've discussed this with labor in a few informational meetings. Do you want to change the slide, Tiffany? So a health savings account qualified plan is really split into two components. It's a high deductible health plan that's an Anthem PPO plan, just like the PPO plan you have, but with a higher deductible and a higher out-of-pocket maximum. But it also can be accompanied by a pre-tax savings account. And that pre-tax savings account is defined by the IRS. Members can put money into the savings account and pay for all of their qualified medical expenses with pre-tax dollars. I'll speak more about that savings account later, but the key differential is that this money belongs to the member and stays with the member really for the rest of their life, any unused portions. So this is not like you may be familiar with a flexible spending account where if you don't use your money, you lose it. In this case, this stays with you even when you leave the district, even when you retire. And so the plan costs significantly less. And again, this wouldn't be for everybody, but it does provide some advantages for a subset of your members, and there's no harm in offering it, and that's why we wanted to present this to you. So, and this is a little bit complicated, but I wanted to compare this to your current PPO plan. Again, our recommendation is, is to keep your current PPO plan. It's just, how does this compare relative to it? And this is a little complicated, but your current PPO plan has a $300 deductible for an individual and $600 for a two-party or more, or family. So deductible, just to remind everybody, is the first dollars that are used in the plans, and that comes from the member. So if I go to the emergency room, if I need a significant amount of medical care, before the plan pays anything, I pay that $300. After I've paid the $300, the plan then pays 90% of all of my medical bills, with the exception of the pharmaceuticals. The pharmaceuticals cost us currently $7 now for generics and $25 for brand, unless of course we get our generics at Costco, and in which case they don't cost anything. So if I were sick and I paid my $300, the plan would pay 90%. I would then be responsible for another $700 because my out-of-pocket maximum would be $1,000. So it's $1,000 per person, up to $3,000 for a family. As we mentioned before, the cost of this plan to the district is $1,467. So I went through that very quickly. Does that make sense to everybody? I know the Anthem PPO plan has been with you for some time. Hopefully you're quite familiar with it. Not hearing anything, I'll proceed. So the HSA qualified PPO plan works slightly differently. As you can see, for a single person who enrolls, it has a $1,500 deductible. So in this case, if I were sick, I wouldn't be responsible for the first $300. I'd be responsible for the first $1,500 before the plan paid its 90%. And then I would be responsible for another $1,500 until I reached the out-of-pocket maximum, which would be $3,000. After that, within the calendar year, I wouldn't be responsible for any additional costs, regardless of what my health condition was. That would be the maximum out-of-pocket that I could pay in a calendar year, and that cost is $1,136. So you see right away that the one plan is significantly less expensive, which of course makes sense because as opposed to a $300 deductible, it's a $1,500 deductible. This deductible is regulated by the IRS, and so it works slightly different than our current PPO deductible because this is a combined deductible. On our current PPO plan, pharmaceuticals are not considered part of our deductible. So if I don't go to the doctor, if I'm not sick, but I just fill my prescriptions, it costs me $7 for a generic or $25 for a brand. But in this case, in the HSA plan, all costs up to the first $1,500 are the member's responsibility. So let's say I'm on a brand drug or a generic drug. The copay that you see there is $9, but actually I don't get that $9. I'm going to pay the full cost of that drug until my total expense for qualified medical expenses through the plan reaches $1,500. After that, I then pay $9 for generic and $35 for brand. So until I have then reached my out-of-pocket maximum, which would be another $1,500, and that would be a combination of any healthcare related expense that I paid. So if I had knee surgery, I would get to that $3,000 very quickly. If I were just taking expensive medications, it would take me a long time because at $9 or $35, it takes a long time to get there. Most people do not reach their out-of-pocket maximum. Virtually 14% statewide reach their out-of-pocket maximum, but still, this is the largest liability that the member would have to face in any calendar year. It gets a little bit more complicated because it works slightly differently if I have enrolled as a two-party or a family. If I have enrolled as a two-party or more, my individual deductible goes up to $2,800, not the $1,500, right? So if I'm sick, but my spouse is not, I don't move into the 90% coinsurance until I have spent $2,800. Now, if my spouse is also ill, we only need to contribute as a family another $200. So it's a bit of a race to $3,000. If only one person uses the plan, it's $2,800. But then with $200 more, the entire family is in that coinsurance tier where the plan is paying 90%. At which point, if we pay another $3,000 collectively, again, the family has no additional exposure for the rest of the year. And since we have what's called composite rates, CISC invoices us the same whether we're single or two-party or families. It's $1,136. So it's important to note that the two PPO plans, they have all of the exact same provider networks. We're not limiting anyone's access to anyone's physician. If they currently have a relationship with a physician in the PPO, that remains throughout this. This is just a different structure for the exact same PPO. Covers all of the same medical conditions, and that goes from heart transplant to splinter removal. And it provides preventative care for free, just like our current PPO plan does. Those aspects are really have been nationally defined, federally defined by the Affordable Care Act. So again, it's a lot of information. I'll just pause for a minute before I move on to the savings side of this. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Mark, you say it's exactly like the PPO that we have, but because the out-of-network benefits are virtually nil, isn't it more like an HMO type thing? You're really expected to stay in network?
You are with both plans, with the PPO and the HSA PPO, right? So it's more not really like an HMO, but more like an exclusive provider organization, an EPO, if that makes any sense. So there's very limited, as you stated, out-of-network benefits. That is the same for your current PPO and for the HSA qualified PPO.
Thank you. I didn't realize that was with our existing plan. Thanks.
Yes. Yes. And not just your existing plan, all of the PPO plans that CISC offers. So one of the advantages, or one of the reasons many people like this, is because it can be paired with a savings account, and it's a pre-tax savings account. The annual contribution limits in 2021 for a single person is $3,600. For a family or two-party, it's twice that. And if you're over 55, you can contribute an additional $1,000 per year. And what makes this interesting, again, to a subset of members, we're not suggesting this would be something that should replace your current plan, but we do think that maybe 15 or 20% of your members might benefit from this, is the amount that you can save exceeds your out-of-pocket maximum limits. So the savings limit for single, again, if you're under 55, is $3,600, but the most you are exposed, your total liability for the year is $3,000. With two-party or family, it's $7,200, but the most you're exposed is $6,000. So you can see that there's an opportunity to save more on a pre-tax basis than what you would spend, or what you could possibly spend. And within that, typically uses a calculation, an individual calculation, in terms of what amount of risk does an individual want to take, and that's usually based on your health, your health status, which, as you know, can't always be predicted. But again, the plan limits your exposure in those ways. You can't spend more than $3,000 as an individual, or twice that as two-party or more. What's interesting about this savings account is the funds can really come from any source. They can be contributed by the employer or the employee on a pre-tax basis, but they also could be donated to you by a wealthy uncle, or taken from a 403B savings account. So there is really no limitation as to where these funds can come from. However, the funds can only be used for qualified medical expenses, and that's defined by the IRS. That, of course, includes dental and vision. And so in many cases, members who are planning to have larger, perhaps dental bills than what the plan currently covers, or LASIK surgery for improving your vision, this is a nice way to pay for those with pre-tax dollars. Again, I think,
as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Orthodontics as well.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, orthodontics. Yes, chiropractic, acupuncture. These are all qualified medical expenses, and these are all limited, as you know, by your plan designed currently, right? So you're limited to the number of chiropractic visits that you have now that the plan pays for. You could pay for those additional visits with these these funds.
And I would just jump in here, Mark, and say one of the reasons that I was interested in this is that in Ojai, we have a number of people who utilize alternative medicine more frequently than they would say, for example, traditional Western medicine. And so for our employees who do that, this would be a way that they could get more coverage and more benefits than they would in our current plan.
That's correct. And back to the out-of-network issue that was brought up before, out-of-network, medical care is certainly a qualified medical expense. So very often we're paying for psychologists and psychiatrists, and behavioral health side that is not covered. They are not contracted with our plan. We're paying those out of pocket. You could pay for those out of this savings account on pre-tax dollars rather than the post-tax dollars that are required at this particular point. I want to stress this, that all of the funds stay with the member even after they leave the district. And upon retirement, these funds, in addition to qualified medical expenses, can also pay for your Medicare premiums. And so within this is the calculation that each individual who's interested in this can make. What is the advantage to them of saving pre-tax dollars as compared to the potential risk of how much they'd have to pay if they became sick? Next slide, please. So based on that calculation, you can see that this would apply primarily to those who are healthier or those who are wealthier. Wealthier would have a better, a higher advantage from pre-tax savings than those who earn less. And of course, healthier people have far less of a risk profile in terms of savings. And I did want to stress this. I know I've said it several times, but it's this offering this plan does not harm any of the other members who are wanting to stay with the current plans that are offered, right? CISC operates as a statewide risk pool, which means no one plan is rated individually. It's really just a question of how much responsibility the member wants to take in terms of paying for their own health care through higher deductible and higher out-of-pocket maximum. And the trade-off for that is lesser premium dollars. So in effect, the premium dollars don't go to CISC. The reduction in those premium dollars can stay within the district. If you try this plan, just like any other plan, and you don't like it, you can enroll in any other plan, during the following year during open enrollment, or if you have a qualified event. And again, if you had saved money and you haven't used it, you get to keep that money and use it for qualified medical expenses in whatever plan you select. You simply cannot contribute more annually to your savings account unless you are enrolled in the HSA qualified plan. The district, and maybe Tiffany, you should take over now, but the district has been in conversations with labor and has discussing, funding about $2,000 of that qualified savings account annually. You can see there's about a $4,000 savings. And this, I would say, is typical in terms of how districts who add an HSA plan, address this in terms of helping members with that high deductible and giving them a head start in terms of their savings. And it sort of turns into a win-win. The district saves some money, the member gains some savings, there you have it. So again, when we looked at your plans, again, all of them are excellent. We thought this would be an additional plan to consider. And again, I know I've done a lot of talking, so very happy to answer questions.
I would add one more thing here, and yes, Mark, I added that number into your slide, so surprise. The other thing is, if you are on the traditional PPO, that first $300 to $600, you get no relief from the district for that. That is out of pocket 100%. So in this case, even though your deductible is higher and the district is contributing that $2,000 to help cover that. So essentially, your out of pocket, even if you go up to that total out of pocket maximum, if we've contributed 2,000, you're at 1,000, which is comparable to the first PPO. If that makes sense.
Correct. If you're single.
Yeah.
If you're single, yes.
I don't have any questions. It seems clear to me.
Agree.
Yeah, my only question earlier had been about whether people could stay with the current plan if they didn't want to choose this, and I was happy to hear that those options exist, and so I'm great with that. This is an action item. Do we have a motion to approve the new HSA plan option?
Actually, I do have a question now. Okay. I think I totally understand that effectively we're splitting the so-called profit almost with the member. How is this a yearly commitment that the district makes? Because, you know, obviously the premiums for this could change, and the district might at some future point not be recognizing that difference. And if we're still committed to paying $2,000, it could end up becoming a bad deal for the district. Is that built into the plan?
So we negotiate our contribution. So we would actually negotiate this in a side letter with both CSEA and OFT, and the amount that we contribute, just like all of the other benefits pieces, are negotiable. So we could reopen and change the amount that we contribute.
Although to the extent it was an extended contract, this deal would apply for whatever the period of the contract would be.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Anything to add to that, Mark?
No, I mean, that's what's typical is all to add, but however you negotiate it will be how you negotiate it.
But we have options. We reopen things every year, right? In our negotiations.
Yeah, it turns out.
So it sounded like I heard a motion from Jane.
Yes, I'll move to approve the addition of an HSA plan.
And the district's contribution, that's also the piece.
Yes.
For an open term, or is it limited in any way?
So we would negotiate that in the side letter, which we did not have complete before the board agenda packet. We're still working with CSEA on this. So that will come back to you in the specific MOU, or specific side letter or agreement or whatever it ends up looking like. We haven't negotiated the term yet. But for this year, for sure.
I just want to be clear on what we're agreeing to.
Yeah, so
because it sounds like what we're agreeing to is 2,000 in perpetuity as a board.
Can we add it as can the motion be to add the addition of the HSA plan for the 2021 calendar year?
So the piece that typically the board is approving is the contribution. So if you wanted to approve the contribution for the 2021 school year, I think that's fine with that limitation. The plan, we wouldn't, if you didn't approve the plan, we typically wouldn't bring back to you every year. The plan would exist, but we could certainly
choose it
Yeah.
why they would choose it if they don't get a qualified contribution from us. It's strange, but they certainly could.
Right. I mean, I'd be comfortable approving the $2,000 contribution for 2 years, but to have it just go on forever would make me a little nervous.
So the motion we have now is to approve the HSA plan with the qualified savings count, the $2,000 contribution for, I don't know what it, Jane, what you had said. It was your motion.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if anyone had comments on Thane's comment.
Well, the benefits are going to be annual reopeners, and this will be part of those. Is that correct, Tiffany?
Yes.
And insurance is only going to get more expensive. So even if this stays at the $2,000 reimbursement rate, the comparable plans are not going to get cheaper. So our margin is going to continue to grow if it's locked at 2,000. Mark, is that like a reasonable assumption?
Not quite. I mean,
Okay.
it's certainly reasonable to expect that all plans would increase annually. It's not necessarily reasonable to assume the other plans would increase faster than on a percentage basis than the HSA plan. Yes. And again, the HSA plan is subject to IRS regulation, which can change any year. So I think your suggestions in terms of, approving this annually, I don't see you being much risk in 2 years, frankly, because the rates for this plan will be available as soon as April, right? For next year, I think you would be fine there. To your concern about having this indefinitely, it would be problematic. I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay, so my motion, Shelley, is to approve the addition of an HSA PPO plan with the qualifier of approving the $2,000 contribution by the district to 2 years.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Jane and Thane. All in favor? Thane?
Aye.
Kevin?
Yep.
Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you for being here, Mark. I appreciate you staying till this late hour.
A pleasure. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Stay well.
Thank you, Mark. I'll be in touch with you and Kim tomorrow.
Thank you.
I am going to suggest, looking at the time, that we push the Healthy Kids Survey result discussion to our December meeting, unless there's objection from anyone else.
I'll live with it.
And that brings us to recognition of National
Wait, let me just ask it. It says on the agenda that that's probably a 5-minute.
It's not.
It's not. Okay.
National Native American Heritage Month resolution. And I just wanted to say that I'm grateful to our guiding coalition for providing culturally relevant Thanksgiving resources to our teachers at this time, and looking for a motion to approve this resolution.
I would like to also just say that we're not done yet. I know there's been some concern about our history. What is it called?
Studies Weekly.
Studies Weekly, especially in regards to Native American history. And so I would hope that, actually not hope, I'm going to push through that we work with the community, with our Native American community, to find a better solution. Especially there's, I think, a couple of grades where it's significant contributions can be made there that would change that. And I think that part of this resolution is that whereas Native Americans have made distinct and important contributions to California, the United States, and the rest of the world in many fields, including the fields of agriculture, medicine, music, language, and arts, and I would add an education for us right now. So I will be pushing for that, and I appreciate their outreach to us this year specifically. So I will make a motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you, Jane.
I'll
And thank you
second.
for pointing that out. I appreciate that. Sorry, Thane.
No, that's fine. I second. And, you know, I think it's wonderful that we have such an active Chumash community here. And, you know, I think I've certainly benefited from learning from members of that community. So grateful to them, and hope that we can make sure our students are exposed to that and learn, and I appreciate the history there.
Thank you, Jane and Thane. All in favor? Thane?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. That passes unanimously also. 6.3.3 is the summary adjustment of adult education credit requirements. Javier, we kept you up past your bedtime, I'm sure.
Is this happening? Am I really on? Is it real?
Well, we
Real?
appreciate you being here.
Well, no, I appreciate the opportunity. Just this shouldn't take long, I hope. The credit requirement for adult ed in geography and health is not the same as a requirement for NORAF and Chaparral. And I sort of learned about this by accident, to be honest with you. Oh, by the way, I'm in charge of adult ed. I don't know if you guys knew that, but I'm in charge of adult ed. So what happened was that we had a student that ended up dropping adult ed. And I just curiosity, I tried to figure out why they were dropping it. And one of the comments that was made was because they didn't want to take health and geography again. They had already taken it at the high school. So why would they need to take it again? So I know of at least one student who dropped because of that. So then I started doing a little research and found out that NORAF used to have a 5 credit requirement. So that means 5 credits in health and 5 credits in geography. And I want to say about 2 or 3 years ago, they changed it from 5 to 2.5. Some of you guys might remember that, I don't know. But they went from 5 to 2.5. Well, Chaparral also made that change at the same time, because Chaparral and NORAF parallel the credit requirements on a lot of the classes, the subjects. However, that never really trickled down to adult ed when that happened, and it should have trickled down to adult ed. So that's why I'm here asking for a vote on that. So I'm just, we want to parallel them because a lot of our kids, adults, I can refer to them as kids, but a lot of our adults in our adult ed program, a lot of them are NORAF students. So, that again, I know of at least one student who dropped because of that. I'm sure there's probably could have been more. So I'm here to try to answer any questions that you might have. I did reach out to the former administrator and administration and past administrations, and I kind of commented because I wanted to get their feedback and pick their brain. And they were like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. It should have happened when that happened at NORAF, when they made that reduction at NORAF and at Chaparral, it should have trickled down to adult ed." So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. I think you have answered all of my questions.
Seems pretty straightforward and just a miss on our part.
Yeah.
So if there aren't questions, I'll move to approve the change.
Thank you, Jane.
I'll second. And I'll just say, even if it's not completely true, I'm seconding because you were here to explain it, Jaime.
All in favor? Thank you.
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you for being here, Javi, to answer questions. We appreciate it.
No
I have to explain my brief absence. I had to turn the goldfish pump back on because we were about to kill my goldfish.
Thank you, Javier.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. 6.4.1 and 6.4.2 are the MOUs for the 2 different unions. Do we have questions about those, or can we take those together? Is there a motion to approve the two MOUs?
I'll move.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael. All in favor? Thane? I forgot. I fell asleep for half a second. I was looking at you.
It's getting late. That's fine.
Michael,
Yeah, aye.
Jane,
And I would like to thank both Tiffany and our unions for working together to create them.
Kevin,
Aye.
Shelley, aye. Those both passed unanimously. Thank you. We have a Measure J update that I'm hoping will be brief.
Actually, we can just do, we've been moving to, if you have any questions, you can ask them. You have the report. We do have a slideshow, but since it's late, we can show it or not show it.
I noticed that my video has been stopped.
Oh, I did that. I'm sorry.
Was I doing something offensive, or I was just doing?
Yes.
Oh.
I would like to quickly see the pictures, if you don't mind. I don't know that we need a, full description, but
you can.
If there are pictures that we haven't seen already.
You weren't, Alan. You were just texting, and I was just.
Oh.
That's all.
Adam and I were tagging each other.
Yes, and it was like 20 items ago. So
yeah,
I thought I would just let you.
Thank you. Okay, well, yeah. So the paving is now actually complete around the kitchen, which you're seeing here is partially complete.
All right, here's the first one.
Yeah. Okay. So hey, Nordoff has been painted, completely painted.
Wow.
Ball diamonds, dugouts, backstops. The announcer's booth at the stadium, the goal posts. I mean, we had
the ends.
Yeah, the ends. Every building except the library that's still under construction. It just looks awesome. It really looks sharp. There's some replacement signs that are going up Friday, and that project will be complete. So that was on your notice of completion list earlier. So yeah, we're super excited about that. This is inside the library, and we're coming along here, hoping for a Christmas completion or somewhere close to that. You're seeing the ductwork and for the HVAC in. The floors are being polished this week. They've already been starting on that. Glass is coming in next week, so it's coming right along. And this is inside the dining hall at Matilaha, and you can see the roll-up doors that are going in. That floor is also being polished starting today and should be completed by Tuesday. About 95% of our kitchen equipment is in, and if not installed, it's at. So we're moving right along on that. We'll be down to punch list items sometime next week. And again, the paving. And so we redid the grading there in that picture on the right, which is going to be a big improvement for how things work there. And that new asphalt goes all the way over to tie into the new asphalt we did last summer at the staff parking lot. San Antonio, they're finally getting some love. New paving going in there. This whole parking lot design that had been stuck in DSA for 6 months and finally got released is now coming into fruition. That's going to solve some drainage problems and some parking problems, create a drop-off zone for the students that enhances safety and school security. It's going to be awesome. A little bit more on that. We also did a wood repair there. Those two gables have been completely redone. There was no waterproofing behind them, so that's all been corrected, and the boards have been replaced with a fiber board that the woodpeckers can't chew into. And then the lean-to was in part of that as well that you see in the picture on the right, and that's all been kind of a similar thing where we fixed leaking roof, and actually the roof had been replaced before, but we fixed some water damage from the prior leaking roof and replaced the boards with fiber boards.
That was the last slide.
Okay. Great. Well,
thank you. I like pictures.
Yeah, yeah. And you do have the update, so I'm not going to bore you with that, but I do want to say that We will have budgets for you probably from, the plan is to have budgets for you for Measure J in December and Measure K as an initial, look at a budget for projects in January. And a couple of things from earlier in the meeting, Thane, I wanted to, they were thanking you for your service on the board. I want to thank you as well. You were on the team of people, including Jane, that were on my interview panel when I was hired. So I appreciate all of your work on the board. And to Javier, I don't know if he's still around or not, but I got to say his talk about Chaparral was actually, inspiring. His enthusiasm is contagious. So,
Thank you, Alan.
Great, thank you. See what a good decision we made?
Yeah.
And I would just say, Adam is on vacation today. He pre-approved it with me, so he's not here.
Yeah.
I mean, he is not here, but
yeah. So yeah, lots of things going on. You can see in your update. We do have a couple of items for ratification or for change orders to look at, which is
up next.
If there, Shelley and Tiffany, I don't know if there were questions about those, because I'm willing to just
we can take them together. One of the questions that I had was about the dining hall furnishings, and I wondered if there were pictures or examples of what that will look like.
I said we would do that, and I failed to remember to do that. That is
not a layout of at least where things are placed in that.
I saw the layout. Yeah.
Oh, they wanted pictures of the furniture that we picked out, and I said yes, and then I didn't communicate that to you today.
We did a test on 5 different chairs that the supplier brought in to see which ones were the most comfortable, and so everybody kind of sat on them, and we all sort of agreed that the Rio chair that they call sit on it was the most comfortable, and it happens that we actually picked that chair for the furnishings in the library at Nordhoff. So if you remember seeing that chair, it's the same chair. The tables are slightly different base and design. One thing about the rectangular tables is that you can actually fold the table down so that they'll interstack with each other. So if you want to clear that area for an open forum or an open gathering, it's easy to push things to the side by the walls and save space that way.
Very cool. Thank you.
Are the comfortable ones also the sturdiest in terms of lifetime?
Yeah, I think so. They do have a good warranty.
Great.
At the end of the day, kids are hard on schools and furnishings. Like, our schools look great because we don't have children using them right now, but we're always trying to look at the lifespan, and then, things get used, and when you have 500 people using something. But I always think of like Kaiser furniture looks great, and there's lots of people using it. So how can we pick stuff like that? I'm sorry I didn't get to be part of the chair testing, Alan.
Somehow we missed that.
But do we have a motion then to approve 6.4.4, 6.4.5, 6.4.6, and 6.4.7?
I'll move. Yeah, or second, whichever.
Thank you, Jane, for the motion, and Thane for the second. All in favor, Thane?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you for being here this late, Alan, and for answering our questions and for the pictures.
Sure. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Alan.
Jane, what are your thoughts on pushing gun safety? As I keep pushing things, I'm also sensitive to the fact that we will have another reopening conversation in December, and it may also be a full with second interim.
Let's try. I mean, we might be able to do this in 5 minutes. And if it looks like a real long discussion, we can table it. I did get information or a letter from one of the board members asking for big changes to the resolution as written. So maybe what we can do is discuss that and say, yeah, let's bring it back for a vote next week when we rewrite it. So my big, I've been following a lot of Moms for Gun Safety, which has done a lot of lobbying, and Then at the same time, I received this information from Ventura County Sheriff's Office that they are actually providing free gun locks to anybody in the valley. Could just go over to the sheriff's office and you can get a free gun lock. So I thought, well, that's timely that those seem to be coming up at the same time. I know the Santa Barbara School District just passed a gun resolution, I think, to gun safety resolution 2 months ago. And the Moms for Gun Safety is really pushing for school districts to pick this up because the concern is not people having guns, it's that people aren't storing them safely, and that the children are, something 74% of children know where the family's guns are, and they know where, they could find it and access it. And we've been talking a lot in our district about mental health. And there's a lot of statistics about suicide and the use of guns. And so I found this resolution through one of those sites, and there is a lot of statistics, which one of the board members was not comfortable with because it feels a little bit, I think, hyperbolic. So the suggestion was to sort of remove all the statistics, but to kind of stick with the main thought, which is speaking in support of gun safety and locking your guns up, and sort of reiterating what the state laws are in terms of gun safety, gun locking, and asking the district to send that information to parents at the beginning of each school year, reminding them what the laws are and what they should be doing.
Yeah. From my perspective, we're all about education. That's what a school district is. And educating about gun safety makes perfect sense to me. I think adding the California Penal Code section that's particularly relevant here makes sense to me also. I always find statistics on controversial issues to be tricky. And so I'm all for the guts of it, but if we can remove the statistics, I'm all for it.
Are there other concerns from board members or thoughts, questions, comments?
Well, I don't mind the statistics, but it seems to me that the real meat of it is the action that the district will be sending the information to the families. So I think that's really where I'd focus. And in deference, I have no idea who the board member was that sent those notes to you, Jane, but in deference to whoever that person is, who might even be retiring, I would agree. I would agree to the changes.
So the proposed changes would look like this.
Do you have that? Because I could read it out if you want.
No, I have it right here.
Okay.
Can you see it?
No.
Oh, I can see it. Can you not see it? Oh, but you can see it. You just can't see it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. There. Yeah, I can see it, but I can't read it. There we go.
Got it.
Whereas school safety and safety students continues to be one of the governing board's highest priorities, schools are required to comply with California Ed Code. Law criminalizes unsafe storage of firearms where minors may be present. Be it resolved, the governing board directs the superintendent and staff to assist school administrators in updating their integral safety plan, update the student handbook to include the information, and directs the superintendent to create an appropriate letter in English and Spanish explaining the importance of gun safety and the legal obligation to protect minors from gun safety. Maybe we could even have to be included in annual, so if we could add in there and information on where to, I guess that's not required, to where they can get gun law, safe.
If we had that, we would certainly include it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's particularly interesting to me. I would definitely include it.
I mean, I would say for right now, if they're being given away for free, we would include that. If they weren't, then we would probably not.
Right. So I appreciate it being in the letter out to families, but I don't know that it belongs in the resolution.
Right.
Great.
Is there a motion to approve this version of the gun safety resolution?
I'll move.
Thank you, Kevin.
Second.
Thank you, Michael. All in favor? Thane?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Kevin?
All right.
Michael?
Aye. Thank you, Jane.
Shelley? Aye. That passes unanimously. And Jane, thank you very much for bringing this to the board. I think gun safety, especially right now, is very important. So I appreciate that. Where
And
are
I
we?
don't know who made those changes, but I think they did a good job.
6.5.2 is the first reading of California School Board Association recommendations governing board policy 4033, which had to do with lactation accommodations for staff. And go
If
ahead.
I could just say, I'm all for this, but I was kind of taken aback by the allegation that we didn't have those policies, and I did look them up, and we have had those policies. Not exactly as written, but very similar. So anyway, all for it. Just for them to give us a bad grade because we didn't have it, I think was very unfair.
Do we need a second reading of it, or can we?
I think we can have a motion to approve.
This time I'm here and we don't even need it.
I missed that.
Yeah, I watch your meetings.
Yeah.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
And with that motion, do we have a motion to skip the second reading?
Along with it, I move to skip the second reading to approve it directly.
I'll second.
Thank you, Kevin and Jane. All in favor, Thane?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. That passes unanimously, so we can get a better grade on our, whatever the score was.
And we can also provide support for our lactating employees, of whom we will have many when they return to work.
Thank you for redirecting us to the actual reason that we are approving this. You're absolutely right. Thank you. 6.5.3 is the selection of the date for our annual organizational meeting for the governing board. And it looks like that will be Monday, December 14th, I believe. Yeah.
I'll move to approve the new date of December 14th.
I would just like to point out that Thane will then that would be the date when we would swear in our newest board member. And so Thane will be technically in place, even though it would normally be the 11th, he would have to extend his term until the 14th when we swear in the new member. Or I can conduct a private.
I think we need to negotiate this. No, I'm
okay, I'll
I'm
drop
happy-
off the tree then, fine.
I'm happy to do that, and I'll be there for the first 5 minutes until you replace me.
Okay.
Do we plan on that meeting being around 5:30, that as typical?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I actually can almost guarantee you there will be a closed session, so 4:35, yeah, but yes. Yeah.
4:30 is just a bit problematic for me.
Okay, let's chat about what would work and.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I heard a motion from Jane, I believe. Yes.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Thane. All in favor, Thane?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. That passes unanimously. We will now meet on Monday, December 14th, rather than, I think we had it on Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't remember.
And I actually, it just occurred to me as you were saying that, Michael, I just need to confirm with our incoming board member that they don't have a board meeting that night also. Because there's some possibility that that could happen, which would be probably, because it's off of our regular schedule, which doesn't conflict with their regular schedule in Ventura Unified. But since everybody's trying to cram their organizational meetings into the 2 available days, there's some possibility there's overlap. So.
And do we have to approve that at a board meeting? Like, would we have to come back for a special meeting to approve the organizational meeting? Kathy's looking like she's saying
The
yes.
organizational meeting
Yeah.
is required to be set 30 days prior.
So Rebecca, if you're out there and you're listening right now, it'd be a great time to text us and tell us you're totally available.
If you actually just give me 1 second, I will, before we leave, let me just look at when their board meetings, and it did not occur to me to,
Are we 30 days out?
yes. Because that's November 18th.
18th.
It would be December 14th. Theirs is December 15th, unless they moved it, so. Good. Although they have to certify first interim on December 15th also, so.
They may be moving it.
That's okay, because we already did it, so we win first.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We did it first, they have to pick a new date. Board member reports. Are there any board member reports?
Well, I just want to quickly thank everybody again. And I don't mind that the meeting went a little late. I'm just reveling in spending time with you. And I should say so long and thanks for all the fish.
Well, Thane, we truly appreciate all your endeavors for this district and the community. And we are, I will speak for myself, feel very privileged to have worked with you.
We'll miss you.
We will.
Godspeed.
Thank you. I'll miss you all too. Have a great night.
Oh, wait, we
Okay,
have one
thanks.
more
We
item.
have one more item. Don't leave yet. Future
Oh,
agenda
no, that
items.
was a good note. Carry you.
Future agenda items, and I just want to say that we kind of changed the structure of this a little bit, and I'm very grateful to Tiffany for suggesting it, because now at this point, we have what's coming up in the next month or 2 months in board meetings, so that we can give the public a heads up on what's coming up in future meetings, so they can formulate questions and ideas and know what's coming up.
So it's kind of to Kevin's point about having the agenda published early, we would not publish the full agenda early, but we can at least tell the public what you would expect to see on the agenda. The major items that we have either on a regular basis or just that we know that are coming up.
I think it's great. Thanks.
I would just like to add to the list for future that we talk about our technology use policies in January.
Which would be part of the technology plan that's in January. So that's part of that holistic.
Oh, is that already on there? Sorry, I forgot. I think I took a note earlier.
I think you asked me, but yeah, it's okay.
Are there any other future agenda items? Hearing none, I believe our meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Have a great Thanksgiving.